Guests, kindly take your seats. Distinguished delegates, good morning and welcome back to day 2 of the Global Conference on Education for a Sustainable Future here at the United Nations Conference Center at Bangkok. For those whom I have not yet had the pleasure of meeting, my name is Trisha Nair and I'm honored to continue serving as your Master of Ceremonies for this conference. Before we resume with today's proceedings, kindly allow me to briefly reflect on the key highlights from day 1 of our conference. Yesterday, we reaffirmed our shared commitment to SDG 4, quality education and broader 2030 agenda. Our discussions emphasized that transforming education requires strong systems, effective leadership, and meaningful global partnerships. We explored how innovation, digital learning, and inclusive policies can strengthen education systems while ensuring that no learner is left behind. Day 1 clearly reminded us that education is not only a development priority, it is a foundation for peace, equity, and sustainable progress. As we begin day 2, we carry forward the shared responsibility to move from dialogue to action. With that, we now move to our opening plenary, featuring distinguished leaders who continue to shape education policies and international cooperations. It is my pleasure to welcome Dato P. Kamalanand, former Deputy Minister of Education of Malaysia. P. Kamalanand has played a significant role in advancing education reforms, skill development, and youth empowerment with a strong focus on building future-ready talent and inclusive growth. His experience at the intersection of policy, education, and workforce development offers valuable insights for today's rapidly evolving world. We are honored to have him here to share his perspective with us. Please give him a round of applause.
A very happy morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Ms. Trisha Nair, for the brief introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, fellow advocates for education, the organizing committee, and members, friends. Let me first start my paper or presentation on a quote which was shared to us by Malcolm Forbes. Quote, "The purpose of education is to replace an empty mind with an open mind. The purpose of education is to replace an empty mind with an open one," unquote. And what does that mean? It means that we should not fill students' head with data and memorization. We cannot fill the minds of a student with data and memorization. Instead, what we should do is to foster curiosity, critical thinking, intellectual humility, and the ability to embrace new perspectives and diverse ideas. Education is a catalyst for transforming lives and societies. Education builds families, and education transforms the entire family. It is also the cornerstone of progress, a fundamental right that paves the way for individual and societal development. In a rapidly changing world, ensuring education is a public good. I've always maintained The first two importance of education is two A's. One is affordable. Education has to be affordable. And number two is accessible. Besides being affordable, education has to be accessible. And of course, with that too, it has also to be equitable and of high quality. It's more critical than ever. I would like to welcome Excellency, the Minister of Education from Bhutan. Thank you, Madam. In Malaysia, initiatives like the Education Blueprint push for inclusivity, targeting marginalized groups like students with disabilities and indigenous communities. For instance, we have introduced programs like the Special Education Integration Program to support students with disabilities, while the Orang Asli Education Transformation Plan addresses gaps in the indigenous communities. Yet, challenges persist. Rural-urban disparities remain, and digital divides have been highlighted during the pandemic. Across ASEAN, we see inspiring examples. Vietnam's efforts to integrate marginalized children into mainstream schools have shown positive outcomes. Cambodia's focus on inclusive education for children with disabilities is commendable. And in Thailand, the Equitable Education Fund has made strides in reducing disparities, providing targeted support to over 1.8 million disadvantaged students. And in Singapore, emphasis on lifelong learning and skills development sets a benchmark for adaptability in a tech-driven area. Did you know in ASEAN alone, over 18 million children are out of school? And this is based on UNESCO's report as of July 2025. And closer to home in Malaysia, Malaysia aims to achieve 20% of TVET enrollment, technical vocational education, enrollment by 20% by 2025 to boost skills development. And bridging gaps is crucial. Around 30% in rural Malaysia lack access to devices and internet, highlighting the digital divide. The pandemic has accelerated the need for digital literacy and inclusive education practices. But rights-based education demands collective action. How do we ensure no child is left behind? How do we bridge gaps in teachers' training, infrastructure, and resources? Collaboration is the key. Enhance digital access, strengthen teacher capabilities, foster partnerships, and promote inclusive policies. Governments, non-governmental organizations, and communities must work hand in hand to address systematic barriers to education. Let's look at some success stories. Back in Thailand, as I mentioned just now, the Equitable Education Fund has supported disadvantaged students through scholarships and educational resources. In Malaysia, partnerships between public and private sectors have improved digital infrastructures in schools. These examples show what's possible with targeted efforts. The future demands education systems that are resilient, inclusive, and forward-looking. Let's champion education as a public good, ensuring every learner across ASEAN has the opportunity to thrive, contribute, and shape a brighter future. As we move forward, let us remember that education is a journey, not a destination. It requires continuous effort, commitment, and collective action. Some key areas that I think we should focus moving forward is number one, to enhance digital accessibility for all learners. And how do we do it? Number one, we need to focus on infrastructure development. That means we need to ensure to improve internet connectivity. Number two, Digital literacy program is one way how you can enhance digital accessibility. Digital literacy programs in schools, we need to train the students, the teachers, and not only students and teachers, we also need to train parents to use digital tools. Partnerships and collaborations with non-governmental organizations, private sectors to expand digital access is equally important. The second area of focus would be strengthen teacher capacities for inclusive education. How do we support them? Number one, the support system to ensure every teachers have access to resources, have access to assistance, and have access for counseling services. It is very, very important. Teachers will undertake roles and responsibilities laid out in policy, laid out by the Ministry of Education, laid out by the policy makers. But to ensure that this policy reaches every other child, teachers themselves have to be equipped with all the support system. And the other thing is coaching and mentoring. While teachers are trained to do their work, with the technology avalanche, the jump of technology in the world, teachers need to be trained consistently. What we could do is to pair teachers with experienced mentors for support and guidance. There are so many people out there who are willing to support. So the government mechanism has to make it open for people to go back and work with schools. The third area of focus is to foster partnership for resource sharing and innovation. And how do we do that? Public-private partnership. Try to leverage private sector fundings. No government has enough funds to take care of all schools. For example, in Malaysia, the government of Malaysia, the Ministry of Education gets about the highest budget by the government every year. But 75% to 80% of the funds goes for emolument, which means it's paid for teacher salary. So it's never enough to do everything for schools. But with the support of private institutions, government can enhance development projects in schools. And the other thing schools can do to foster partnership is to create international collaborations. Partner with global organizations for expertise, funding, and best practices. There are so many people around the world, organizations around the world, who would like to support education initiatives. So schools need to be linked with internet, have their own website, have their own dashboard, and tell them what they need. The world is waiting to help. The last focus area, ladies and gentlemen, is to promote inclusive policies and practices. And how do we do that? The policy framework. Develop and implement policies that support equity, diversity, and inclusion in education. The second one is to create the stakeholder engagement. When you create policies, you need to engage with everyone. Educators, parents, communities, and the most important person in engaging are students. Students in higher education can be brought in, or university students can be brought in to give their opinions and views what they need. Their input will be vital for a successful policy framework. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to once again thank you very much for inviting me to share my thoughts. I wish the organizing committee a successful conference. May God all bless for you. Together, we can make a difference and create a more equitable, just, and prosperous society for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dato, for your valuable reflections. Finland's education model in global recognition for its quality and equity. And Her Excellency's presence here highlights the importance of international collaboration in achieving SDG 4. May I invite Her Excellency, Ms. Kristina Kuaja Zontopoulos, Ambassador of the Republic of Finland, to deliver her remarks. Over to you.
Thank you very much for the introductions and very good morning, Honorable Minister, Deputy Minister. I think that the former Deputy Minister of Malaysia very much took my speaking points. It was great to hear your speech, sir. I think that you very much highlight the issues that I am going to highlight from the Finnish experience. Yeah, we didn't coordinate, which I think is a great thing, that we are very like-minded even without coordination. Honestly speaking, if you don't mind, I'm going to maybe take this one down. I think you can all still see me. I would like to start just by saying that I feel extremely honored to address this conference today, as we are addressing one of the most topical issues of development, and this is education. As a Finnish citizen, I place a particular importance on this topic because I do come from a country where our welfare and our progress have been largely based on the investments we have made on people through education. I think that the Finnish education shows that education is one of the most transformative forces shaping our society's future. It is the very foundation to reduce poverty, to strengthen equality, growth and well-being, as well as to support democratic resilience of our nations. Yet, the world is still far from achieving quality education for all. Far too many children and young people remain out of school, and far too many adults still cannot read and write. Therefore, education should not be seen as a mere policy choice, but as a global responsibility. And I think that this is something that the Deputy Minister was saying extremely well. When we invest in learning, we invest in human dignity, economic opportunity, and social stability. I think we all agree that this is an investment worth making. Ladies and gentlemen, Finnish experience in education is noteworthy as it showcases what is possible when the whole society commits to providing good quality education for all. Very shortly, a little historical trip. A little more than 100 years ago, Finland, my country, was very poor, one of the poorest in Europe. It was a fragile agricultural society coming out of a bloody civil war. This is what Finland was just 100 years ago. Now, Finland can be considered an innovation-driven and prosperous welfare state with strong democratic institutions. And I think, as I discussed there with some of you before the event, that Finland has also been considered as the happiest country in the world for 8 consecutive years. Now, if we had to name only one factor, which is behind the Finnish journey, and you would pick up a Finn on the street, most likely this Finn will say that the factor is education. This is what is behind the Finnish success story, if you want to call it. And this answer would be given without any hesitation. Now, there are several policy measures which can be linked to our education system. However, I would like to claim that Finland's success in education during recent decades has been based on certain core values rather than single policies. And I would like to address here briefly the core values that have been fundamental. And here I would again follow the Deputy Minister and the issues he raised. First, equality. Now, in Finnish thinking, education is all about access. It is about giving each and every child an equal opportunity to get quality education. We believe that talent is everywhere. Every one of us has gifts. And it is the duty and the role of the education system to bring this talent and gifts into use. Principle of equal access was embedded in our major education reforms, which started in the 70s. So we are talking of a journey of several decades, not years, several decades. We launched reforms to equalize education opportunity by first eliminating the practice of separating students into different tracks based on their test scores. This was something that we eliminated first. And then finally, we actually eliminated the examinations themselves. We don't have level examinations in Finnish schools. At the same time, support to children and families were enacted, including health and dental care, special education services, and transportation to schools. Like I said, access. This is what we wanted to ensure. The primary aim of Finnish education reform was to establish social justice by guaranteeing equal opportunity for all to a 9-year basic education, regardless what is your parents' social economic status. More recently, actually, Finland extended compulsory education to 12 years. So we currently have compulsory education of 12 years. And the aim is to improve learning conditions, well-being, and to increase employment rates among young people. The second core value is inclusion. Now, I want to quote here also Finnish government's education report, which notes the following. Everyone has the right to learn and grow, and to receive the support and guidance they need. Progress on the study path and learning outcomes will not depend on learners' gender, restrictions to physical functional capacity, place of residence or family or cultural background. This is what our government report says, and it continues. Sufficient number of competent and committed teaching, guidance, and other staff will be available across Finland, and the staff will regularly improve their competence. So this is what our government report says about our schooling system. As for special needs education, Finland's inclusive policy ensures that students with special needs are supported within mainstream classrooms, not in separate places, in mainstream classrooms, promoting diversity and social cohesion. Now, inclusion as a value materializes also as lifelong learning. As such, our education policies focus on upskilling and reskilling, ensuring that citizens remain competitive in the job market throughout their lives, facing all the different changes that we do see around the world. Now, the third value, which is needed to ensure equality and inclusion, is, of course, quality. Now, in Finnish thinking, there is no such thing as a bad student. This doesn't exist in our thinking. However, there can be bad education. There are many reasons why education system and programs may fail in securing high-quality education for all. Most of them are societal, political, and economic, rather than pedagogical. And when it comes to pedagogy, we should aim as high standards as possible. In Finland, actually, the key focus has always been in the professionalism of teachers. We believe that this is the cornerstone of any education system. And while we want them to be professional, we also provide them a lot of autonomy in the classroom. All qualified teachers in Finland hold a master's degree, nothing less. And they are well prepared to teach diverse learners. Now, work of a teacher is not easy to start with, and teachers are facing new challenges such as rapidly evolving technologies. They are entering into the classroom, as we know. These new elements affecting the classroom can only be met with the continuous upskilling of teachers' professionalism. So it is a career-long process. So these were the 3 core values that I ran through very quickly, and I would like to just say a few words about international collaboration. We live in a global world, and no education system can develop in vacuum. This is the same thing in Finland, and we do have taken several steps to increase the resilience and competence of our system through international cooperation. And as we are in ESCAP, I would like to just highlight to you that Finland, for example, hosts the UNICEF Global Learning Innovation Hub. We are very proud of that, and we find this hub as an opportunity to provide us a possibility to be on the pulse of real-life learning challenges. We have our own national center of expertise in education, in which we are collaborating with partners globally to tackle the learning challenges in the world. And we also have bilateral dialogue, also here in the ASEAN region. And we do recognize that even if our education systems might be different, there are a lot of things that we can learn from each other, and we do find this dialogue extremely important. Now, I have touched upon very briefly some of the elements of the Finnish education. I'm about to end my remarks, and I would like to do that by looking outside of the classroom. Now, if we think of ourselves, I mean, we have young students here in the room and also a little bit older people like myself. And I think that we all recognize that we all learn by doing things that we love, things that gets us excited and engaged. Thus, we shouldn't limit our understanding on learning to classrooms, but we should also embrace free time as an important element of learning. Now, yes, there is an urban legend that there's no homework in the Finnish schools. I know that this kind of a legend goes around. And no, it is not fully true. We do have homework also in Finnish schools. However, there's a little bit of truth in this urban legend, as we believe that creativity grows when children get emotionally inspired when they do things that they really yearn to do. And we believe that this creativity is the key skill for our sustainable future. And it is a fundamental element for any person or society to prosper. Thank you very much. Kapunka.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your global insights and for opening our eyes and our brains. It's my pleasure to welcome Professor Suchesvi Suvanaswat, leader of the Thai Kho Mai Party. He has been actively engaged in shaping discussions around education and public policy in Thailand, contributing valuable perspectives on reforms and innovations. May I please invite Professor Suchesvi Suvanaswat to kindly address the gathering.
Distinguished ministers, ambassador, industry partners, leaders students, ladies and gentlemen, I have presentations. This is my honor to be here with the global communities. We all share one belief: education is the most sustainable investment any country can make. Why international cooperation matters now? We live in a new global society defined by artificial intelligence, transforming economies, climate change affecting city and infrastructures, rapid technology shifts disrupting jobs globally, increasing inequality in access to advanced education. No country can prepare their people alone. Education system must cooperate across borders, combining powers to build global capability and talents. Today, I would like to share two international cooperation models that we have implemented here in Thailand and how they contribute to sustainable human development. The first model, the United States of America and Thailand to build CMKL University, the first AI-focused university in Southeast Asia. CMKL University is a collaboration between Carnegie Mellon University, or CMU, the world-class university in USA, and King Mongkut Institute of Technology Lat Krabang, or KMITL, one of the top technological university in the Kingdom of Thailand. This US-Thailand cooperation was initiated when I served as the president of KMITL University. We did not simply import curriculum. We co-create a system where programs are designed with global research standards. Faculty collaborate across continents. Students solve real industrial and social problems. AI, robotics, and digital engineering are main research areas. This model allows students in Southeast Asia to access world-class education, to address local challenges like smart cities, climate resilience, and digital health that we successfully developed. COVID variants identifier to fight COVID-19 eruption using the first NVIDIA AI supercomputer cluster in Southeast Asia. The key sustainability outcome is to build local AI and engineering capacity at international standard. Instead of sending talent abroad, we build talents within ASEAN regions, connected globally but impactful locally. Model number 2, Japan, Thailand, KOSEN, KMITL engineering education models. KOSEN is an engineering education system adapted from Japan to build the first KOSEN KMITL outside Japan, probably the first in the world outside Japan. Through cooperation with Japanese partners, we established KOSEN-style institution in Thailand based on the system developed by Japanese National Institute of Technology, or KOSEN. KOSEN KMITL is unique. Students enter after lower secondary schools, learn engineering through hands-on project-based methods, facilitated by Japanese professors, together with Thai and international faculty, develop strong discipline, teamwork, and technical skills. This model produces not only graduates, but practical innovators. It addresses a global sustainability challenge. The shortage of highly skilled engineering talents through international cooperation. We localize a proven Japanese education system to develop advanced technicians and engineers who support advanced manufacturing, robotics, infrastructure, and smart industries. This creates sustainable industrial capabilities, not short-term labor. What these two successful models teach us? From this experience, 3 lessons stand out. First lessons: education cooperation build human infrastructure. Physical infrastructure support economies. Human infrastructure sustain them. Both CMKL AI University and Kosen KMTL engineering models build deep technical capabilities and last decades or generations. Lesson number 2, global standard plus local relevance equal sustainability. International partnership ensure quality. Local implementation ensure impact. This balance is the key to long-term success. Lesson number 3, students become global engineers, not just job seekers. Through this cooperation, students work across cultures, use advanced technology, solve real problems. They become contributors to global solutions. Looking forward, we need more partnership like this, not symbolic agreements, but working system. Ladies and gentlemen, when education system cooperate internationally, knowledge multiplies, sustainability become achievable. From the US and Thailand AI-focused university to the Japan-Thailand engineering education models, we have seen that international cooperation can build lasting human capabilities. And in the end, sustainable development is not built by machines. It's built by educated, skilled, and responsible people like all of you. Thank you very much. Best wishes to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Suchatvi Suvanaswad, for your valuable words. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move to a special segment titled Voice of the Future. It is my pleasure to invite Ms. Ruhi Mohazab Ghani, founder of the Children Moment for Climate Compassion. Her leadership reflects the importance of youth voices in shaping conversations around sustainability and education. Ms. Ruhi, the floor is yours.
A very good morning to
Yeah, we can try. Okay. Yeah. Okay. 1 second.
a very good morning to all excellencies, delegates, and respected leaders. Hello everyone, my name is Rohit Mahazab. I am 6 years old and I come from a beautiful place in India called Kerala. I am studying in first standard at Common Ground International Academy, Calicut. I stand here today as a child of this planet and as the small voice of Mother Earth. It is a profound honor to stand before you today at the United Nations Bangkok, representing not only my generation, but also the silent voice of Mother Earth. I love our planet very much. I am not here to look back at mistakes, but to look forward with hope. I want to remind us of the magic in every tree and every drop of water, and how much joy we find when we protect the things we love. My parents taught me that Earth is our first home. Before countries were created, before cities were built, before money and power, Mother Earth gave us everything: air to breathe, water to drink, food to eat, and a beautiful world to live in. Recently, in my home state of Kerala, astronaut Sunita Williams shared her thoughts on our planet Earth. Looking through her window in space, she saw a planet without borders, fragile and beautiful. She reminds us that we aren't just citizens of a country, but children of one Mother Earth. The earth does not belong to us. We belong to the earth. But today, she is wounded. Our Mother Earth is asking us for a little more care and a lot more love. As a child, I wondered, if the earth gives us everything we need, how can we make sure we give our best back to her? I see so much beauty in our world, but I also see a chance for us to grow even kinder. In school, we are taught to be helpful and respectful to our elders. What if we use those same lessons for our planet? We have a wonderful opportunity to be the generation that learns to live in a perfect harmony with nature. If we can care for a small garden, I know we can care for the whole world together. Think about this. By the time a student finishes studies, they have used enough paper to fill a small forest of about 30 trees. And as we grow up, the number just keeps growing. But we can change the story by using recycled paper, like my notebook my mother made. We can save those trees so they can cleaning our air. Thank you for staying with us. My handmade book isn't just a place to write. It is a shield that protects our forests from being cut down. When rivers are dirty, we become sick. When crops fail, families become poor. When the climate changes, the poorest suffer first. When nature suffers, humanity cannot survive. Education is not only in books. It is learning to care, learning to respect, and learning to protect. I love the story of the tiny little hummingbird. When the forest was on fire, she carried tiny drop of water in a small beak. The big animals laughed at her. "What are you doing? You're so small, you can't make a difference." But she said, "I'm doing best I can." Today, I'm that hummingbird. I may be small, but I'm determined. Even with small wings, our hope has no limits. I'm not asking for perfection. I'm asking for responsibility. Please do not be the generation that has to explain to us why the birds disappeared or why the rivers dried up. Be the ones who choose to courage over convenience. I want to grow up in a world where the earth is happy and green. If we protect the earth today, children like me will smile tomorrow. I promise to be a voice for the trees and a shield for the soil. It is time to move beyond just saving our planet and start truly caring for our shared existence. Because this world isn't a gift we own, it's a treasure we hold for the future. Let's choose to be responsible children of Mother Earth today, for our generation and for all those to come. May peace begin with our planet. Thank you.
Thank you, dear Miss Ruhi, for your beautiful and confident words. You truly remind us why the future truly belongs to young voices like you. Give her a round of applause again, please. I think she really deserves it. Distinguished dignitaries, respected guests, ladies and gentlemen, we now move to the significant moment in today's program, the Memorandum of Understanding signing ceremony between Suan Sunanda Rajbhat University and the Sustainable Development Council. Today marks an important milestone as both institutions come together to formalize a partnership focused on academic collaboration, research engagement, and advancing sustainable development through education and youth leadership. May I now kindly invite the authorities, representatives of both universities. Before that, I have someone special to speak. May I invite Dr. Chut Karan C.V. Bone, President of Suan Sunanda Rajbhat University, to kindly come forward and address the gathering. Please note, the speech will be in Thai, but we have a translator afterwards. Over to you, ma'am.
Speak ภาษาไทยได้ค่ะค่ะเรียนดร.ดัชมานัวทีรามูประธานสภาการพัฒนาอย่างยั่งยืนมิสเตอร์โกกุลนาถมาธิยาสากันเลขาธิการสภาการพัฒนาอย่างยั่งยืนและคณะผู้บริหารและแขกผู้มีเกียรติทุกท่านค่ะในวันนี้เป็นโอกาสอันดีอย่างยิ่งนะคะที่สวนสุนันทามหาวิทยาลัยราชภัฏสวนสุนันทาของเรานะคะและสภาการพัฒนาอย่างยั่งยืนได้ร่วมกันจัดพิธีลงนามบันทึกความเข้าใจเพื่อเจตนาในเรื่องของการสร้างความร่วมมือทางวิชาการระดับนานาชาติค่ะการลงนามในวันนี้มีเป้าหมายสำหรับการให้ความสำคัญในการส่งเสริมความร่วมมือทางด้านการศึกษาการวิจัยและการแลกเปลี่ยนองค์ความรู้รวมถึงการพัฒนาศักยภาพของนักศึกษาและคณาจารย์ให้พร้อมก้าวสู่การเป็นพลเมืองโลกภายใต้บริบทของการพัฒนาอย่างยั่งยืนโดยความร่วมมือนี้ครอบคลุมการจัดกิจกรรมทางวิชาการการทำการวิจัยและการเผยแพร่ลงนามและการแลกเปลี่ยนอาจารย์และนักศึกษาตลอดจนการทำงานร่วมกันในลักษณะของสหสาขาวิชาการเพื่อสนับสนุนเป้าหมายและพัฒนาอย่างยั่งยืนและเสริมความเข้าใจในพหุวัฒนธรรมในนามของมหาวิทยาลัยราชภัฏสวนสุนันทาขอบพระคุณสภาการพัฒนาอย่างยั่งยืนเป็นอย่างยิ่งที่ให้เกียรติร่วมเป็นภาคีเครือข่ายความร่วมมือและขอบคุณผู้บริหารคณาจารย์และคณะทำงานทั้งสองฝ่ายที่ให้ความสำคัญกับการพัฒนาทรัพยากรมนุษย์และความเข้าใจร่วมกันในการที่จะผลักดันอย่างเป็นรูปธรรมรวมถึงผู้ที่อยู่ณที่นี้ทุกท่านค่ะ ขอให้ความร่วมมือนี้ภายใต้การบันทึกความเข้าใจฉบับนี้ดำเนินไปด้วยความราบรื่น และบรรลุวัตถุประสงค์ และก่อให้เกิดประโยชน์สูงสุดทั้งสองฝ่าย เพื่อผลักดันองค์กรและสังคมโดยรวมให้มีการพัฒนาอย่างองค์รวม และเป็นบริบทของโลกในอนาคตค่ะ ขอบคุณค่ะ
This is the translation of the remarks of our President, distinguished Dr. Dakshinamurti Ramu, President of the Sustainable Development Council, Mr. Gogulnath Mathiazagan, Secretary General of the Sustainable Development Council, Excellencies, esteemed executives, and distinguished guests. Today marks a highly auspicious occasion as Suan Sunanta Ratchapat University and the Sustainable Development Council come together to hold a signing ceremony of this Memorandum of Understanding. This occasion reflects our shared commitment to fostering international academic cooperation, witnessed by representatives, executives, and distinguished guests from both parties. The signing ceremony held today is significant objective to improve collaboration in education, research, and the exchange of knowledge, as well as the strengthening of capacities of students and faculty members, enabling them to become global citizens within the framework of sustainable development. On behalf of Suan Sunanta Ratchapat University, I would like to express our sincere appreciation to the Sustainable Development Council for the honor of partnering with us in this collaboration. I would also like to extend my gratitude to the executives, faculty members, and working teams of both organizations for their commitment to human resource development and for dedicated efforts in bringing this cooperation to tangible realization. May the cooperation under this MOU be successful and lead to sustainable benefits for both organizations and for society as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you, President, for those inspiring words. We now move to the formal Memorandum of Understanding signing ceremony between Suan Sunanta Rajbhat University and the Sustainable Development Council. At this moment, it's my honor to invite the dignitaries' signatures onto the stage, please. Associate Professor Dr. Suchita Karn, Sri V. Boon, President, Suan Sunanta Rajbhat University, please come onto the dais. Dr. Napashri Suvarna Jyoti, Dean, Faculty of Humanities and Social Science. Please give them a round of applause. Dr. Dakshinamurti Ramu, Founder and Chairman, Sustainable Development Council. Mr. Gokulath Mathiazagan, Secretary General, Sustainable Development Council. May I respectfully request you to proceed with the signing and exchange of the memorandum. Congratulations to both institutions on this meaningful partnership. May this collaboration lead to a lasting impact and shared progress. On the joyous note, ladies and gentlemen, we will now break for tea and coffee. The session will resume promptly. Kindly return to the halls on time and be here around 11:25 a.m. for our technical discussions. Also, on a quick note, we have an Thai national ID card of Mr. Alfredil Uma? Kindly come onto the podium to please collect your Alfredel Uma. Or his friends can come and collect it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Whose note is this? Oops. Yeah. Volunteer. You're a volunteer? You're not a volunteer? You're a volunteer, right? Here you're volunteer? Dignitaries, the delegates. Attending. You're a volunteer. Accommodation.
Oh,
It's yours?
yes.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, we will resume at 11:25 a.m. So kindly have your tea, coffee, and snacks. Ladies and gentlemen, a quick announcement. The certificates will be given physically here this evening, so kindly stay back and collect them. Please note, there will be no e-certificates shared. Thank you. I request all the students, dignitaries, and guests to kindly take your seats. I request all the guests to kindly take your seats. One-line, two-line explanation, and I'll ask you to come here, give like a brief understanding of what your take is on this whole title, and then call one panelist onto the stage, then they sit, then you go and sit in between, and then you get started. மினிஸ்டர் வரணும், அவங்க வரணும். Oh, yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now truly an inspiring young change makers' time to celebrate, whose passion and dedication reminds us that age is never a barrier to creating a positive impact. Today, the Sustainable Development Council proudly recognizes a remarkable young champion, a 6-year-old environmental advocate whose journey in promoting sustainability has already begun to inspire many hearts and minds. May I respectfully invite the Honorable Minister of Bhutan to the stage to honor our SDG impactor in recognition of her commitment towards environmental awareness and sustainable development. Please welcome with a round of applause. Now, I would like to invite our young awardee, Ms. Ruhi Mohazab Gajna, to kindly join us on stage to receive this special recognition. Let us encourage and celebrate this beautiful moment with a warm and proud round of applause for our young champion here. Please give them a warm and proud round of applause, please, for our young SDG impactor. Thank you. We now proceed to the technical session 3, focusing on future-ready education, skills development, and lifelong learning for sustainable development. This session will explore how education systems can be better to prepare learners with adaptive skills, innovative capacities, and lifelong learning opportunities. It is my pleasure to invite the moderator of this session, Mr. Jubran Siddique, representing the Sustainable Development Council and Managing Director of Zarya Investment Company. Mr. Siddique brings valuable insights at the intersection of education and industry and is well placed to guide this important discussion. May I please invite Mr. Jubran Siddique to kindly introduce his panelists and take the floor. Over to you.
Thank you, Trisha. And I have to compliment you. You've been doing a great job from yesterday. So, very good morning to everyone, excellencies, distinguished guests, and colleagues. I'm Jubran Siddique. I'm here in my capacity as the Vice Chairman of Sustainable Development Council India, and also as the founder and CEO of EdgeUp, an edutech startup company. I like to begin with a quote I often return to: the future belongs to those who learn more skills and combine them in creative ways. And that is exactly what's today's session all about: future-ready education, building the skills and lifelong learning systems that help people thrive in a changing world while advancing sustainable development and various other skills. Why this topic today? We are here because sustainable development is now a skill challenge. The green transition, AI, and demographic shifts are reshaping work and life faster than formal education can respond to. At the same time, the foundation remains fragile. In many countries, middle-income countries, around 70% of 10-year-olds cannot read and understand a simple text. And 250 million, that's B, children and youth are still out of school. So the question is no longer whether education must evolve, it is how fast we can build systems that allow people to learn, unlearn, and relearn throughout life. And this is where my personal belief comes into play. Knowledge helps you grow, but skills help you survive. And that's exactly why we say survival of the fittest. This is why lifelong learning is no longer optional, and it is an infrastructure. What we'll be focusing on today in the panel today, we have some amazing panelists here, and we'll be focusing on future-ready education, not only graduates, but capable humans who can deliver and survive in the current world. People who can think critically, learn fast, collaborate across differences, and use technology responsibly, alongside digital and AI literacy. But there's one capability we rarely teach directly, and yet it may decide the next generation's success. That is digital health. If learners are constantly connected but mentally depleted, the promise of lifelong learning collapses. How do we make this real? 3 shifts: teach competencies, not just content, learning to learn, and communication judgment. Build lifelong pathways, micro-credentials, reskilling bridges, and second chances. Make education an ecosystem, industry, academia, and policy working together so learning translates into real opportunity and inclusion. We'll look forward to having an amazing panel today, and I will proceed forward by introducing our panelists for the morning today. And I would like to introduce our first panelist, Datuk P. Kamalanathan, former Deputy Minister for Education in Malaysia. We'd like to have a huge round of applause. Mr. Rangarajan Narasimhan, Vice President IT, ASI Regional CIO. Mr. Tanya Pon Supakarn, Senior Operations and Customer Support for BitCub Online Co. Limited. Dr. Thi Phuc, Dean, Faculty of Public Policy, AIT, Asian Institute of Technology. And Mr. Varavich Kambuna Ayudhaya, former advisor to the Ministry of Education, Thailand. Welcome. We welcome all the panelists on the dais here, and we look forward to a fascinating session here. So we'll start off with a brief introduction from each of the panelists, and we'll start off with our left, Dr. Thi Phuc first, and she can go with her 8-minute session, please. Thank you. No, ma'am, you have to switch on the mic.
Yeah, okay, yes. Maybe I repeat again, maybe the audience doesn't hear me. Yeah, my name Lai Thi Phuc Lai Nguyen. I am Associate Professor and Dean of Faculty of Public Policy at Asian Institute of Technology, AIT. Besides Dean, I am the researcher. I am the environmental sociologist, and with the research interest in environmental behavior, institute and governance of social ecological system, and education for sustainable development. So it's my honor to be here today on the important international conference on education and sustainable development. Is also the aim of our institute's mandate and vision for the future development of our education, but also is a theme of my research. So I'm very happy to be here to share with you my perspective on the future education, education for future generation towards sustainable development. So should I also my intervention right now, or wait for other?
No, you can start with your 6-minute brief.
Thank you.
Should not be a problem.
Okay. So my intervention today is, I already say that my intervention today from perspective of the researcher and also education manager. At first, you see that in the context of the geopolitical alignment, democratic pressure, technological description, and climate risk, economic transformation, demographic change, and widened inequality. Education must move beyond preparing learning to stable professional pathway, and also had to consider equip the young generation with the skill and competence to navigate the uncertainties and complexity of the world today. So my intervention will have a 5 skill perspective on the future-ready education use example from my research and also institution experience. So the first perspective and the skill that the young generation had to be equipped that is transdisciplinary skill. So I don't know the young people in this audience, you already have trained in your class with the transdisciplinary skill. I don't know if you say yes, maybe you can share.
It would be good for the audience and the youngsters to also interact. I mean, she would like to have more connection with the audience as well.
So the future-ready education not only about adding new subject. Okay, we are talking about maybe many subjects. Climate change, yeah, okay, climate change, we can learn climate change. Yeah, we can learn also sustainable development and sustainable consumption. Yeah, this is on the new subject. But about the enabling learner to integrate the knowledge across science, policy, and society to address complex sustainability challenge is very important. So I share some experience of my research, the research on the sustainability-oriented STEM education. So I believe that young generation very interested in STEM education. But let's hear that some of you from the secondary school, if you already learn about the STEM education in your school, yes, right? But did you learn the sustainability integrated in the STEM education? Maybe not, okay.
Yes.
Yes, yeah, that would be very excellent because there is already application of the sustainability-oriented STEM education in various countries to prepare young generation with the STEM skill, but also how the generation using all this knowledge of the STEM in order to address the environmental and society challenge that important to embed into learning design. Students develop stronger capacity to link technical understanding and contextual decision making. This is my research also see that the engagement with the real world problem foster the change the student behavior in the understanding the social change, apply theory into practice and solving problem far more effective than learning within discipline silos. This is important that we build the transdisciplinary skill to the young generation. Not only working within the university or within the school, but the young generation could also be able to interact and work about the real world problem with the multi-stakeholder, with the community, with their family, with their friend, with the actor in society. So example from my institution, like we are in the Faculty of Public Policy and Sustainable Development at AIT Asian Institute of Technology, we also have program that structured to connect environmental science, technology, understanding, and social economic perspective through applied dialogues and stakeholder learning context. The intention is not only simply to deepen discipline knowledge, but enhance learner the capacity to synthesize across the domain. The second skill that and perspective education need to focus how to develop education, the training program that engage the real world problem solving skill and collaborative learning. My research also focused on circular economy integrated into the STEM education for sustainable development so that when STEM learning engage real-world sustainability and circular economy problem, students develop the real-world problem-solving skill, collaboration, innovation essential for not only to towards sustainable development, but also be able to have a comprehensive skill for the future labor market. So in the study integrating a circular economy concept into STEM education, students work apply resource management, sustainable production and consumption challenge, demonstrate the enhanced problem solving and creative thinking. So this research also reinforces the skill development is more effective when learning environment mirror the complexity, the real society challenge. So the other skill that could be also important for the young generation towards sustainable development is a long life learning skill. So the university and the school must evolve the degree, the training program provide into long life learning platform that support continuous reskilling across the changing economic transition. The evidence also from my research on the sustainability education indicate that experimental and context-based learning foster adaptability and extend beyond formal education stage. At the moment, IIT also under the structuring of economic reflect this understanding by emphasizing modular learning structure and professional development opportunity accessible across career stage. Faculty contribute also to the flexible training pathway and supporting regional practitioner engagement, illustrating how institutions can reposition themselves in the recent challenge. And the capacity that the young generation, not only the subject, the learning subject, even engineering and any other sector, discipline, the young generation had to have a capacity of the institution understanding and transformation of their learning into addressing the real world problem. So preparing society for sustainable future require education ecosystem transformation aligned with the skill development, partnership, digital innovation, and governance reform. So the researcher, my researcher also highlight the structural barriers such as rigid discipline boundary that limit the integration of sustainability competence. So the collaboration and interdisciplinary education are important that also emphasize the institution reform and also accompany with the pedagogical innovation. In the context of the geopolitical change and strategic competitions, the government and the institution today must respond with the agility of foresight and responsibility. Like other economic institutions, our university, for example, has in process of economic restructuring and also established a new faculty of public policy to prepare the future policymaker, analytics, practitioner to address the complex global challenge and development transition. So the last one that I want to highlight
Ma'am, we'd like to conclude. We have
the policy making analysis is also very important that the student today have a capacity of making decision making and involved in the policy making process and analyze of the policy education policy, because education is policy is very essential to cultivate the institution chain and also bring the scientific insight, governance process, and community engagement to guide sustainable transition. So in conclusion, I would say that future-ready education must be understood as systemic transformation grounded in the transdisciplinary integration, real-world engagement, continuous learning, and institution reform and public policy. So this is from my research and also institution experience, we can see that how education can move beyond the disciplinary silos and fix professional pathway toward preparing learning capacity to navigate the complexity and contribute to the development transition. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Doctor, for your session and your 5 skills which you have mentioned. Something which I particularly believe, which she has added, is a new skill which people need to generate, especially in the younger generation, is the art of learning something new within a couple of weeks. And I think that is one of the survival skills which today majority of the companies are asking for. It's gone are the days where you can learn something for a year. Now you have to start learning things in a couple of weeks or couple of days. Moving forward to our next distinguished guest, and we would request all the panelists here to please adhere to the time. We have a very short time here. So I will give you a gentle reminder on the 7th minute, so you have 1 more minute left. Okay, thank you. So I will move forward to His Excellency, former Deputy Minister of Education in Malaysia, Datuk P. Kamalanathan, for your session.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Siddiq, for this session. And I would like to thank Dr. Nguyen for sharing her valuable experiences a moment ago. As I've shared with you earlier today on some of my thoughts and opinions about education at large, today we are focusing on a specific subject matter. While I prefer taking questions later on this subject matter, but as an introduction, when you talk about future-proof in education system, the focus will be on skills development and lifelong. This is something that we cannot avoid. Lifelong education and skills development. Yes, the normal track of academic excellence going to public universities academically inclined will continue to lead the way, but skills development is something that needs to be focused and worked on, because eventually that's what's going to take over the present education track. And while that's being done, I think we also need to take a look at the lifelong learning. There's one thing there's no expiry date, is lifelong education. Education, there's no age factor to it. If you ask a person, what is your ambition? He or she will say, I want to be a doctor, a lawyer, or an engineer. He would never say, I want to be a doctor at the age of 25, or I want to be a lawyer at the age of 23, or I want to be an engineer at the age of 40. We have seen people obtaining PhD when they are 70, second PhD when they are 75. We have read this. So it is important. Like I've mentioned just now, I've always believed in the 2A in education: accessible, affordable. Very, very important. But in Malaysia, we've got young population, and we need to invest in future-ready skills like artificial intelligence, digital literacy, and sustainability can boost economic growth and competitiveness. There are various government initiatives like the Malaysia Digital Economy Blueprint and emphasis on technical vocational education and training are steps in the right direction. Many countries are working on this. I had an honor to meet the ambassador from Germany last week, and I was telling her how amazing is the German education system, where they have a dual way of education. That means students can go and do skills education. But in Germany, you can correct me if I'm wrong, students prefer to go to skills education than public university, because they feel they are trained better, ready for employment. I've got an experience to share with you. In one of my visits in London some years ago, I met a doctor, an MBBS doctor who graduated and has a clinic. And he has a son who did vocational education, and his skills was on bricklaying. He does bricks in the houses and everywhere, unique places, walls and everything else. As a doctor, the father earns a day about 200 pounds a day. That's good. But his son earns, in a solid 8 hours, about 250 to 300 pounds. So he asked me, Kamal, I think I should have gone to skills education than becoming a doctor. So eventually, that's where success is. What are the areas we can focus? I'm sure Mr. Siddiq will explore these questions later. So I'm just going to touch a bit on the areas that we all should focus on. There's 4 important areas that we should focus on. One is industry-academia collaboration. I am rooted for this. I am sold for industry-academia collaboration. Those were the days where university's responsibility is only one, to provide graduates. It's very straightforward. Those days, the role of university is to produce graduates. And if you produce more graduates, the more successful you are. But today, that's not the yardstick anymore. Today, university needs to provide employable graduates. And sad to say, academicians are not trained to prepare to produce employable graduates. So that's where the industry comes in. Upskilling and reskilling, the second focus. What we have learned in school many years ago, today is obsolete. So you cannot go back to university to start all over again. So you either need to reskill or upskill. 15 years ago, would we have ever thought that something called Waze will be available or Grab is available? 15 years ago, we are probably spending half of our time looking for roads that we have missed. But today, we are on time, we go to the right destination. I've always said this to many of my friends. I think the Nobel Award should be given for these guys who found Waze and Grab because they made life so simple for us. Lifelong learning culture. I just said about that just now. That's the third area that we should look at. And the last one, but not least, is sustainability integration. Anything that we do, there has to be an element of sustainability principles across curricula to tackle climate challenges. Of course, there are 1 or 2 characters who still question climate challenges, but we have to accept the fact climate challenges is real, it's happening in front of our eyes, and how can we do that if not for sustainable development plans? And in that point, I want to congratulate the SDC for organizing such an outstanding conference, focusing on education, but touching on sustainability as well. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, His Excellency, for the amazing speech, and it highlights quite a few important points in regards with industry-academia collaboration, employable graduates, and he was talking about upskilling and reskilling. And this is where something comes to my mind very importantly, that in the last 20 years, we were trained to actually find the right answers. But right now, in the next 20 years, you should be trained to ask the right questions. And if you notice in the last 20 years, or in whoever has been successful, it's all about asking the right questions. And today, when you have everything available at the touch of your finger, I think all of our youngsters here should start focusing on asking the right questions so that you know what arena to get into and how to become as valuable and as employable as possible. Thank you. So moving forward to we'll move forward to the next guest and next panelist today, and that would be Tanya Pon, and there is present, he is the director of BitCup Online Co. Limited as a senior operations and customer support. Thank you.
Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Tanya Pon Supagan. I represent the digital finance and technology sector at BitCup. So my work focuses on the digital asset and the workforce development, ensuring that as technology evolves, our people evolve with it. So as I represent from the private sector, as a leader in the digital finance and technology sector, I believe private sector platforms have both opportunity and a responsibility to help shape the future-ready education. So if we want digital skill training to remain future-proof, inclusive, and aligned with industry needs, collaboration must move beyond symbolic partnership. First, we must co-create, not just consult. As a private sector, should actively work with the educational institution to co-design curriculum, integrate real industry case into the classroom, and adapt content in shorter cycles. Technology evolves in months, not years. So our collaboration models must reflect that speed. So the second, we must open real pathway for experience. Internship should not be just an observer or just the work that students can do. So they should involve real problem solving, real accountability, and real exposure to industry tools. When students work on the authentic challenges, they build both technical competency and execution confidence. For the third one, we must support lifelong learning beyond graduation. Future-proof skill cannot rely on one degree earned at age 22. Private platform can offer micro-credentials. Industry certifications, reskill programs, and accessible digital learning resources that allow professionals to continuously upgrade their capabilities. So digital asset must not vary in quality, but that means designing learning platforms that are affordable, scalable, and accessible across geographies, and ensure that AI and digital finance education are not limited to that elite institutional. And finally, we need data-driven feedback. The private sector has real-time insights into involved skill demands, sharing that data transparently with educators and policymakers ensure alignment is continuous, not reactive. Future-ready education cannot be built in isolation. So when industry share insight, education builds foundations, and policymaker enable flexibilities, we can create like an ecosystem of learning that does not expire. So because it's a digital economy, the goal is not just to prepare people to today's job, but it is to empower them to thrive in jobs that do not yet exist.
Thank you so much. And please, a round of applause. Yes. Crisp, short, and very to the point. Thank you so much. So moving forward to our next panelist, Mr. Varavij Kambu Na Ayodhya. He's a former advisor to the Ministry of Education, Thailand. Handing over to you, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me. Very honored. I talked to the moderator earlier, and he really want me to combine solution into the speech also. So I'll try to combine that. Okay, when we talk about this topic for the panelists, we have to recognize that we're talking about two different groups of people here. The first group is the young people who still in schools and colleges. And the second group is the people who already complete their education and working currently, whether they are employees, SMEs, or farmers. Okay, let's talk about the first group first. The government has to ensure that these young people equipped with, I call, hybrid skills to thrive with the very fast moving world. These skills are human skills, digital skills, and ethical values. So they have to learn how to think, learn how to solve problems, more importantly, learn how to learn. And also digital literacy, AI literacy is no longer optional. It is very, very essential for them and has to start very early, as soon as possible. Finally, we have to try to grow them to be a very decent, good global citizens. So solution. In Thailand right now, we have big challenge to overcome. The situation is we have schools in big cities, especially Bangkok, and we have schools in smaller towns and in rural areas. And the quality gap is very, very big. So we need to solve that problem. I don't think budget is the source or the cause of problem. In Thailand, the cause of problem is management capability. We lack of that. In Thailand, I think the problem caused by incontinuous leader. We change too often. And also, we have the problem of institutional experience from the top level. So we have to solve that. Second group of people, the one who currently working right now, as I mentioned before, there's 3 of them. That's because of the time. Let's start with the employees first. Reskill, upskills has to stop being only buzzwords. Reskill, upskill has to be out of so-called abstract policy. We have to make that really happen. Unfortunately, education system go too slow, or the other word, slower than the demand from the market. We change our curricula probably every many years, every 5 years. But the employees change their demand every few months. So what we need is a platform that works by itself. Everyone called it ecosystem. So what I propose here, that we should, or government should, establish a platform simply as job search that all employers can put the requirement and the skill into the platform. At the same time, the job seekers and the education providers can see the slots. And if there are empty slots, education provider can immediately provide so-called short-term or short course e-learning. So the job seeker, again, can just go into it, learn it, and get a job. So in order to be sustainable and be ready forever for the change, we cannot forecast the change, but we have to build the system that works 24/7 to adapt for the change. And we have to be sure that we prepare our people to be able or capable for the real world change. 3 areas that they have to concentrate on is digital, climate change, and also global market shifts. Some people call 3Ds, which is digitalization, decarbonization, and deglobalization. So these are the things we have to prepare. Do still I have some time? Okay. Back to schools. When we're talking about, we want to train our students in terms of the innovation, learn how to learn how to think. We have to upskill our teachers also. In Thailand, we have more than 400,000 teachers around the country. So I don't think one-off workshop would work. So again, we have to make a sustainable system. For teacher, you may know the word PLC, Professional Learning Community. we need to build the platform, because right now we can do online professional learning communities and let them work by itself, so teachers can share their experiences, can share their lesson plan, can share their problems and also solutions right away. So the only way to improve this, I want to emphasize on ecosystem. And real life situation, this is probably the last few minutes. We have tests in Thailand, student assessment in Thailand, which concentrate on memorization. If we don't break that barrier, teacher will have to do two things at the same time: teach for innovation, teach for new things, and again, teach for their student to pass the memorization test. So they won't do it. They don't have enough time to do it, and it's no incentive to do it. So it's a duty of the top level of the people who responsible for education in Thailand to break that barrier, to stop that kind of testing and change assessment to fit with the new way of teaching. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Varavich, for your sharing your experience and your inputs. And very aptly said, he also mentioned about something which is important today, that is upskilling of teachers. And with this, I would like to add one point which I felt was very important back in India. What we feel is particularly majority of the teachers right now are more focused on upskilling themselves with the latest trends. But I would rather feel that today it's more important that teachers are able to connect with the students emotionally and increase their EQs rather than focusing on IQ, because for intelligence you have a lot of arenas available already. I'm sure all of the panelists here remember the teachers are still connected with their friends from school and still have a very strong bond when it comes to school life and the college life. But if you see today's generation does not see that as much as possible. And we feel that we should build that emotional quotient today, because that's what gives you the resilience and the confidence to be able to fight with the world. Moving forward to our final panelist, Mr. Rangarajan Narasimhan. He's a Vice President IT for ASI, Regional CIO, and Global Hub Leader in Pune, India. Welcome, sir.
Good afternoon, everybody. There is always a problem, when you are the last speaker. So I prepared so many pages. They said 8 minutes. 40 pages reduced to 30, 30 to 20, 20 to 10. When I came now, everything is over. So because all the panelists have discussed whatever I wanted to. So I'm just changing my stuff. It is always good to share our own experiences so that it will stay relevant to you all and it will be striking in the mind. So I am Rangarajan Narasimhan. I'm from Chennai. I did my engineering in Chennai, India. Masters in Information Technology in Punjab, Patiala. And 1999, I passed out my engineering with the dream that I have to get a salary of 5,000 rupees a month, which was common across every student in India, right? My sister used to live in Singapore. So I was studying. So every quarter she used to come, I used to go and drop her, look at the airport, when I will be going, when I'll be touching the plane, when I'll be there. I was longing and longing and longing till my sister called me once, okay, come home. That was my first time. I went free of cost at somebody else's cost, right? Now, today, I am the CIO of a multinational company, okay? I head the niche technologies. I am the head of automation of the entire globe of Vertiv. And also I am the head of Captive. What is Captive? Like from the high-cost country, you will have to set up the operations in the low-cost country. It is not to boast myself, but I want to share my experiences. Was I very studious? No. Was I a college topper? No. Were I the, medalist in my UG? No. In PG I was. There was a transition which happened I want to share with you all. Okay? I used to take tuitions when I was studying my 9th grade. You know what? In India, there are a lot of languages, right? Hindi, it is so-called, very well, spoken in multiple languages. And, there is something called as Dakshin Bharat Hindi Prachar Sabha. They teach Hindi, right? There are various, courses, 8 levels in this, so that, you become good in Hindi. So I was learning from my grade 5, and suddenly my teacher fell sick. And I was very studious in Hindi. So she said that, okay, better, you teach for some time till I'm not there. Yes, I thought. And she gave me money when I was doing my 9th grade. Wow, money at 9th grade, which is interesting, right? So what happened? I started taking tuitions more, okay? Started earning at the age of 9. Started taking other tuition classes. Was I very much great in education? Not much. Yeah, 80% engineering seat I got. Did I get a job after that? Everybody was looking at me. Wow, if a student, it has to be like Ranga. Was it good enough? No, definitely not. I was a total, the fear, I had after completing my degree. It was, it was 1999, 2000, the economy, how it was. I never got a job. I didn't. People were looking at me. Oh, you have to be like Ranga. There was a huge pressure on me that I have to succeed in my life. What did I do? What is the transformation I did? Then I decided there is something wrong, fundamentally what we do. I researched myself. And first point, I would say that you got to do something different, niche, what others are not doing, right? So what I did, I researched and I studied well, and I got a seat in Patiala, which is far north of India. I went all the way from south to north to do my master's, where they are offering totally different degrees. They were supposed to offer totally different degrees which were relevant for the market. But my luck was not in favor. Once I joined there were no tutors to teach to the latest technologies. All gone to the scratch, normal degrees I got. I was forced to study normal degrees. Again, I didn't give up. What I did, there was a last paper where I have to do a research. What I did was, I thought again, something niche I have to do. So, something in ERP, right? I was from the IT background. So, I did a niche one which is not available in the market. If you say ERP, everybody will say SAP, Oracle, all those stuff. I chose something different which is not available in the market. It is available only in the industry where I can do on the job. And I did, and I scored maximum score 200 on 200, and I got a gold medal in that, and I got a job there itself. So coming back to the point, you got to do something different, and you got to be relevant, and you got to study always, right? There is always, age doesn't matter. People always told, age, is there anything for the age to education? No. I created my Gmail email ID when I was doing my 3rd year, engineering, Yahoo. Today, you see, my daughter, she had an ID when she was doing the 2nd grade. Touch of a button, everything is available. So what is important? You got to do something different. You got to stay relevant. You got to upskill yourself always. Technology demands are huge. What we study, what is there in the market, it is totally different, right? By the time you equip one technology, it becomes obsolete. 3rd version comes, before even you master that. So what is important? Understand the concepts. Whatever we do, whatever we study, it is for us. If you understand the concepts, you can adopt it anywhere you want. And what you can do is, definitely you can be very, very successful, right? So that is how I say, again, I told you another story, right? One country. Now, I have 5 jumbo passports, chopped with visas, okay? I've traveled across almost all the countries. Again, how? You got to stay relevant. You got to understand that. There is a saying in Tamil, Kattradu kaimannalavu, kalladadu ulagalavu. What do you mean by that? Whatever you have learned, it is just a little bit what you have in your hand. And what is that you have to learn? It's huge. The world is huge. It is so much for us to learn. I became the head of automation in my organization. When I introduced automation, people were very skeptical, including my CEO. He said, Ranga, you know what? People are very, very afraid that they will be losing the job. I said, don't worry, I'll handle it. It is not about losing the job, right? It is staying relevant. It is staying upskill. Stop doing the mundane work. Now, I identify a couple of folks and I taught them how to automate, and they became the automation leads. And what happened was, now they are finding out venues to automate, and now they are the big shots in the field. This week is a great week for me, right? So what is that I did? I got an award of, in artificial intelligence from UiPath. It's a new technology. Ready to accept this, embrace it, learn it. And ultimately, what is important? Money. As I told you, right, when I finished 5,000 rupees a month, which is nothing. Today, I'm very happy my company's results has been declared. When I joined my organization, the stock price was $15. Today, it is $250. Right? From where to where? If you are relevant, if you are ready to learn every day, if you want to take a little bit of challenges and not do the mundane activities, what you do, success is always this. You can always succeed in whatever way you want. So to the students, what I request is, ask questions, think a lot, do something different what others don't. Keep learning. If you don't learn, if you don't adopt changes, you will not be relevant to the market. No matter it is IT industry, no matter it is education, no matter it is medicine, wherever you go, right? Learning is very important. You got to keep yourself equipped always. You got to be a learner. Think big. Imagine big. Dream big. Grow big. Make the society grow, right? And whatever you learn, whatever you know, share your experience. You got to have that feeling that you have to at least share at least with 5 people what you have learned a day. And every day, it has to be a learning. Otherwise, definitely speaking, we will not stay relevant. Today in IT field, there are a lot of people say that, jobs, job cut, AI is there, automation is there, data is coming, right? Everything, bots, everything, there is no human touch is needed, which is false. Human are to be there to design it. Human is very important, right? To understand, to make what is required, what is right, what is not. So you got to be the key player in that. You got to stay relevant. Understand the importance of the change. And once you adopt it, sky is the limit for you to grow. So with that, I want to be an interactive session. If you have questions, feel free to ask to me. I am ready to share my experiences. Please, please, please have the habit of learning, taking positives from everybody, and more than that, adopting that in your day-to-day life, which is what will reach you, take you to new heights. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rangaraj, for your session and your power-packed experience sharing. So we had a lot of questions in our hand, but I've been told to wind up within the next 5 minutes. Actually, it was told to me almost 5 minutes back. But since we have esteemed panelists here, I like to do justice by at least asking them one question and commonly throwing through the floor. So 1 or 2 questions quickly within 5 minutes. We'll wind up 12:30 sharp. Is that okay?
Yes.
Yeah, because we need to do justice to the people who are sitting here as well. Okay, so one, and two, I'll put across 2 questions from the entire discussion here. And it's open for the floor, and anyone who's answering, I would request you to answer it in 30 seconds at the behest of time. First, in the next 10, 15 years, if you like to add some skill in the youngsters today, what would that be? Open floor to all. So.
I think it's artificial intelligence. You need to be connected, not only connected, understand, go in depth, because what we are seeing in artificial intelligence now is just the tip of the iceberg. It's actually a double-edged sword. You can use this to the benefit of yourself, but of course you can also use it against humankind. But remember, whatever is created for the good. Use it for the good, and I think you will be able to sustain yourself in the field of education if you learn to adapt it and use it wisely.
Yeah, 30 seconds, sir. I would like to. Sorry, I'll just come to you.
The most important skill is learn how to learn.
Learn how to learn.
And you have to have that in your blood. Because today, technology is AI. Who knows, tomorrow maybe BI, CI, DI. So you have to be able to learn how to learn, then you will survive.
Excellent. I'd like to add something. Please. Yeah.
Okay, for me, so first is a soft skill, right? And another one is AI. So for me, I will, for beyond that, I will need to, I think it's a systematic thinking. So the ability to solve complex problems in uncertain environments. So the confidence to make decision without having a perfect information.
Okay. So informed decision making is what you're saying. Okay. For you, sir.
Adaptability. So basically, adaptability, see, as he rightly said, it was big data. It was data. People were talking about all data. Today they are talking about AI. Tomorrow we do not know what is it. So all I say is, be adaptive. Be ready for the changes. And think big. Don't confine yourselves so that, any technology comes, you would be easy to embrace this and, as he rightly said, use it in a proper way so that we can flourish.
Perfect.
Yeah, for me, adaptive learning and critical thinking is very important. Because AI, we have AI, but we need also generation be able to think and also to adapt to the continuous changing in our society, in our environment. So it's more essential skill for young generation in the next future. Yeah.
Thank you so much, panelists. I thought probably we have just one minute, so I'll just give my closing statements. So what I've understood from the session predominantly, which all the speakers have spoken, is two very important skills. Being adaptive, that is learning to learn as fast as possible, keeping an open mind. But something which I would like to also add to this is please be able to take the right ownership, have the right attitude. And that is something which is very important in terms of being able to achieve your visions. I'd like to thank all the panelists here, and thank you so much for sharing your knowledge and your time here, and for all the audience who have been listening to us patiently. And I would like to thank SDC for conducting such a fabulous summit. And thank you so much for being a part of this. Signing off, I would like to just quickly give a small outline. Please think big. B stands for the books you read. I stands for the individuals you meet. And G stands for the goals you keep. Have a nice evening and have a nice afternoon. Thank you. This is Gibran Siddiq signing off.
Hello. Here. Check.
Can I ask a question?
Can you please ask the questions off stage? Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you to our esteemed panel and the moderator for sticking on time and also sharing insightful remarks throughout the session. Please give them a round of applause to share your appreciation. It is my honor to invite Mr. Gokulnath Mathiyalagan, Secretary General of the Sustainable Development Council, to please felicitate our panel members and moderators. Request the moderator and panel members to please step forward for the group photograph. Once again, a big round of applause, please, for our esteemed guests here, for their valuable sharing session here. Thank you. We will now adjourn for lunch and reconvene at 1:25 p.m. for the high-level keynote session. Please be seated by 1:25 p.m. Also, a quick note, the physical certificates will be distributed this evening. There will be no e-certificates available, so kindly stay back and collect them. Thank you. distinguished delegates, students, guests, please call your friends, your colleagues, your partners to please come on to this event venue and please take their seats. We will resume shortly. to take their seats as we resume. We now move to a high-level keynote session offering strategic perspectives on innovation and leadership in education. It is my pleasure to introduce Assistant Professor Dr. David Makarapong, Chief Innovative Officer, David Innovations. Dr. Makarapong brings expertise in innovative strategy and transformative approaches in education and development. May I invite him to deliver his address? Please give him a warm round of applause.
Excuse me. It's not coming yet. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. Okay, all right. Okay. Dear distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's truly an honor for me to be here today to speak about transforming education towards sustainable future. My name is Assistant Professor Dr. David Makarapong. As a businessman, academic, innovator, and policy maker working in education, science, and technology, from these different roles, I'd like to share some practical ideas on how we can help a better future for young people around the world. Before I begin, let me share something personal. I strongly believe that education is important, but persistence and determination are even more important. I earned my bachelor degree in English and Humanity, and then master in business. Then later a PhD in science. I continue a postdoctoral researcher and innovation practitioner at Chulalongkorn University. Over the past 10 years, I've been fortunate to receive many international research and innovation awards from more than 20 countries, not because I was a top student, but because I focused on using knowledge to solve real problems and create real impact. I was honored by my former institution as a distinguished alumni, not for grade, but for contributing knowledge and technology to help community and society. I also work across many types of jobs. I started as an employee, even working in Thai restaurant when I was younger. Later, I became an entrepreneur, building business in food processing, cosmetic, supplementary, and IT. Those experiences helped me understand opportunity in equality and the real power of education to change my life. So today, I want to share one key message. Education today cannot be only about knowledge transfer. It must be about building capability, adaptability, ethics, and innovation. Let me start with a simple but powerful reality. Many of the jobs our children will do in the future do not even exist today. That changed everything. So the most important question is no longer what should students memorize. The real question is how do we prepare young people to keep learning, to adapt, and to create value in an uncertain world. Because uncertainty is no longer the exception, it's a new normal. So when we look honestly at many traditional education systems, we see several structural problems. Too much focus on memorization, too much emphasis on examination. Subjects are taught in isolation. Learning is aimed at graduation. And that is why reform is not optional anymore. It is necessary. The key message is simple. A sustainable education System must build adaptability, not just a knowledge. From my perspective, I would like to propose this essential skill area. The first one, critical thinking and system thinking. The second one is learning how to learn. The third one is creator skill, not just exam skill. Let's start from the first one. Students must learn to see connections, not just facts. They should understand chain reaction, ripple effects, and interdependence, because real-world problems never belong to only one subject. We must train students to solve problems across disciplines, not inside silo. And I also suggest that go and discover where the frontier of knowledge really is today. See what products, services, and technologies are shaping the future right now. Learn from the best, then build something better. That is how innovation is born. That is how leaders are made. And for the second skill, learning how to learn. In a fast-changing world, knowing expires, but the ability to learn, renew, and relearn, that is lifelong access. Students should know how to ask better questions, how to find reliable information, and how to teach themselves a new skill. And the third one is a creator skill. We must move from passive learner to active creators, from answering questions to designing solutions, from consuming knowledge to producing value. Because the future belongs not to the best test taker, but to the best problem solver. And finally, let me end with one essential future skill set. We must teach students to use AI as a thinking tool, as a tool for exploration, analysis, simulation, and creativity. But the most important shift is this. Students must not be just AI users. They must become designers of how AI is used. And one more message I strongly believe in. I encourage students, young professionals, and lifelong learners to step out to see the world, travel, observe, learn across countries and cultures, see how far others have developed, what your global competitor can already do, what level innovation has reached in different markets. Now I would like to share something very practical. The skill I just mentioned that I have personally helped introduce this approach to learners from age 6-year-old to 20 years old. Let's start from the first one. One university student of mine with no science background developed high quality food innovation, received government support, $40,000 last year, and built a real company. An 18-year-old business student created a smartphone alert walking aid for the elderly and is now used in real care homes. The third one is a 15-year-old design student developed heat reflective fabric from tropical climate, won a gold medal and generate real sales. And even my daughter, she is a 6-year-old learner, used basic chemistry connected to her interest to create a natural lip balm, earning an international recognition as well. This case shows one clear tool. Innovation is not limited by age or discipline. It is unlocked by how we design learning. Business leader, educator, university teacher, and government representative. I truly believe that if we work together to help develop our young people with the essential skills they need, we can build a brighter future for the next generation, support sustainable growth for our world, and make quality education accessible for everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you for sharing your valuable insights. It is my privilege to introduce Mr. Giovanni Jing, Deputy Director, CREG UNESCO. Mr. Jing contributes to international research initiatives that supports youth education and global collaboration. We are really interested to hear what you're going to say to us. It's over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, and colleagues and friends, also the youth representatives here in this beautiful hall. I want to say hello to everyone. It's a great pleasure to meet you all and have heard such inspiring presentations. Today, I would like to share some of my own thoughts and experiences where I worked, and to also leave some words of encouragement to our young students. Just a few days ago, during the International Education Day event, UNESCO emphasized again the role of education in promoting peace and development. Education is a human right and a public responsibility. And also in this time, we're putting forward the concept of the power of youth in co-creating education. And because young people who make up more than half of the global population is a great power of innovation, social change, and sustainable development. And also education directly determines young people's life circumstances and development opportunities. So I think young people must be active partners in the process of reshaping learning models in this new area. As technology continues to transform the world, it is crucial to involve young people in creating a new, modern, relevant, and inclusive education system so that educational activities truly align with their aspirations for growth. Today, the emergence of AI forces us to confront a more fundamental question: is education in the age of AI is no longer just about technological innovation, but a rebalancing of human civilization. We need to think about from what we need to do to why we need to learn, we need to do. So the goal of education is now shifting from knowledge transmission to meaning construction. The goal of education has never been just to impart knowledge to students, but to help them understand and help them to know more of the world and creating meaning. In the past, especially in countries undergoing rapid industrialization, education systems were centered on knowledge, with teachers imparting it, and students for absorbing it. However, in the age of AI, knowledge is no longer, I think, scarce. Information is available almost instantly. AI can answer questions, generate tasks, and maybe also complex tasks that we can do before. So the core of the objective of education is no longer to make students know, but to make students understand. This shift means that education must move from transmission to a new model of construction. Students are no longer merely recipients, but collaborators who participate in knowledge creation with teachers, peers, friends, and intelligent system. Because we need to think about what kind of education we want to help us to unleashing our potential for the future's world. The teacher's role also shifts from imparting content to help students to discern truth from falsehood, from judgment, and understand the logic and values. The value of education is shifting from mastering knowledge to understand the purpose of knowledge and its application. The advent of AI forces education to redefine its meaning. It reminds us that the true learning is not about memorizing information, repetition, but about cultivating the ability to think, to question and integrate. New education must enable students to think independently and remain clear-headed in a world saturated with intelligence. The future of education is not simply about adapting to technology. And this is what also the professor, I'm inspired of very much, so the Professor Gauti Duda Sharma has mentioned before. And it's about guiding technology to serve human development. And AI allows us to redefine what knowledge is, while education prompts us to reconsider who we are. This new educational civilization is not an extension of the old system, but a rebalancing of human civilization. It allows learning to transcend the disciplines and return to life. And it allows wisdom to transcend algorithm and return to the human heart. The awakening of education lies not in the machines themselves, but in how humanity uses those machines. So students, in this way, needs to shifting from passive learners to actively engaged learners, and also needs to reset their learning goals from perspective of personal growth and from their potential. And because this is not for just one exam. So, friends and colleagues, everyone, today, as a global conference on education for a sustainable future, I sincerely invite you to become one of the co-creators of education. You don't need to have to be the teacher, but you can help students to get more resources and also help students to get involved in different activities or maybe different areas that they have more willing to learn. And to achieve this, we need to become a man of action and take action to do it, to be part of the creation of our education and listening to the voice of the young people and taking actions to protect young people's right to education. And I just want to conclude my remarks by saying with one final phrase: the new educational paradigms does not aim to make humans more like machines, but rather to help them become more truly themselves. Then education can guide intelligence, protect humanity, and promote a coexistence. Human civilization will truly enter a new stage, and an era that possesses the power of technology while retaining warmth and soul. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Jing. Please join me in welcoming Professor Gauri Dutt Sharma, Vice Chancellor, University of Science and Technology, Meghalaya. Professor Sharma brings leadership experience in higher education and institutional development aligned with sustainable goals. May I invite Professor Sharma to address the gathering.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon to each one of you. Honorable Minister of Education and Skill Development from Bhutan, Honorable His Excellencies, ambassadors from different nations, all experts, Dr. Ramu and Kukulathan, and dear participants, volunteers who have been working day and night since many days, particularly yesterday and today. When we are talking about the Sustainable Development Goal, it is pertinent to make mention that in Indian ancient education system had this approach of sustainable development. More than 5,000 years old education system, which is one of the oldest in the world, had the orientation towards individualized, personalized learning, having the balance with nature and human being as part of the nature. And with this, the culture of India developed. That word is the family. That means Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. And once we say Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, that means we always pray that everybody should be healthy, everybody should be happy, so that we can live peacefully in this earth. With this, then a lot of changes took place. The education became more towards the serving individuals, from community to individuals, and therefore the balance which was created between nature and the human being got disturbed. And now, national education policy came in 2020, has again come up with the same objective, taking education from early age, that means after 3 years, till the PhD or the whole life. That has tried to incorporate the knowledge developed, gained by different societies in different parts, by different languages and others. So at the school level, still there are institutions who are based on giving this education of word is a family. But when we are talking about the higher education system, which is supposed to generate the knowledge, also contribute towards the socio-economic growth. Therefore, with that objective, now a lot of changes are taking place in different universities. I come from Northeast India, where more than 220 languages are there in 7 states, what we call 7 sisters and 1 brother, that is Sikkim. And this Northeast states, they are having border with China, with Bhutan, our madam is here, then Bangladesh, Nepal. Therefore, there is good interactions also with neighboring countries, influence of culture, both exchange and other things. Our university has taken care of all these things because now NEP 2020 allows that 60% course should be knowledge intensive and 40% courses should be of application of knowledge as well as creation of the new things, so that you can contribute to your learning. So based on this, the University of Science and Technology Meghalaya, which is located in the tribal states, has got the maximum diversity from Northeast India as well as from other parts of India, and few students from other countries. Therefore, the language, as the principle of the Indian government is that minimum 3 languages should be given so that we have better communication. But in Northeast, what we have seen, minimum 5 languages are known by every student, almost every student. So that creates a best space to learn as well as to interact and also adapt and create respect for others, others' culture, others' language, other systems. That is equally very important when we talk about the peace and development. So we have at present nearly 14 schools contributing in the health science, including MBBS, Ayurveda, physiotherapy, pharmacy, nursing, then applied sciences, management, legal studies, humanities, social sciences, etc. About 240 courses and having nearly 300 institutes with MOU, including foreign universities, institutes, NGOs, colleges, universities, etc. So I will not go into the detail of this, but what I am trying to say that it is necessary for learning to cross your boundary and also learn with others depending upon your capability and potential. If we see the type of skill which was there in India, we know 64 types of kala. Kala means art of learnings were there. Now today we do not have even 6 types of kala. So those arts are necessary to learn. Where the AI is coming, even AI has not reached up to 64, it has reached up to 18 types of learning. So you just see how much scope is there for further growth. So we need not to worry, only thing that we have to train our students that they should go beyond this AI. And I feel AI should be made compulsory. Ask them what you can add into this. That is more important rather than, because it is just supplementary or complementary to the human thinking so that further growth can take place. So we are having the AI infrastructure in the university system. Each student, besides his or her coursework, they also have their own. And with this, I am happy to share with you that India is going to have this Global AI Summit from 16th to 20th February. 5 states have been identified to make presentation there, and Meghalaya is one of them from Northeast. And in Meghalaya, our university has been selected because India Hackathon has given a platform to the students, and our 2 students have come up with this crossing the screening, and they will be representing the university. As you are aware that, as I said, that we have so many languages, but this AI technology has come to help that if I speak in English, you can listen my speech in your respective language without using the headphone. So that is the thing. Our Honorable Prime Minister goes to Tamil Nadu, he speaks in Hindi, but the public listen in Tamil. They listen as if he is speaking in Tamil. So that means the language barriers, the cultural development should not be the barrier in mixing, sharing, and learning. So that is our strength. Because of various factors which we have introduced in the university, university has been identified and given the highest grade by the quality by National Assessment and Accreditation Council of India, as well as Government of India's NIRF Council. Every year we are coming into this. That means this is also motivating us, besides teaching, learning, also research and innovation, and also how university is contributing in the conservation of nature and contributing to the sustainability. As far as we know that out of 17 SDG goals, we are contributing specifically more in few SDGs, although they are interrelated. Particularly, we are very much part of the SDG 5, where gender equality is there. In fact, Meghalaya is the matriarchal society where property goes to the girls. So the people from other parts, and particularly the men, they say that this government should make rule for men, not for women. So their gender equality is just reverse. But we are having nearly 70% the women in our staff, teaching and non-teaching, and then nearly 60% girls who are pursuing more than boys. So, and the number of activities are taken related to their awareness and also contributions. And particularly, it is very much relevant to mention that university is going outside the classrooms. We have adopted 20 villages, neighboring villages. And anybody who qualifies for the university is given free education in the university. No fees is charged. Though we have nearly 20 to 25% students who are financially weak are given free education, so that equality is maintained and they are given support. The another very much specific policy is there that I will do. That means those Divyangan or physically handicapped, they are given special training to their requirement. And then they are given job either in university or nearby industry. Therefore, they have the full support from the university in getting the confidence of making contributions. Beside this, a number of other like the green energy, where we have made significant contributions, and also a startup. We have nearly 200 patents published by the university in last 4 or 5 years, and 25 startups are there where value addition to the natural resources have been done. As you are aware that Northeast is the hot spot for biodiversity. Therefore, so much scope is there for the students to make contributions through the research and innovations and create the local resources for the world. No need to bring those foreign policy and the technology. They have enough. Apart from the regular this way of the teaching learning, we have also outreach activity. Every department has been given minimum 5 outreach activity they have to carry out. Whatever they have learned, how they can take to the society, particularly at school level, what they can help in teaching science and math. And therefore, the students become more logical, analytical mind, and they start learning how the resources, as you may be aware that the Northeast is also very rich in bamboo resources. Our university has taken project with the Indian Institute of Technology, that is IIT, how to convert the leaf into pellet, very good source of protein and this one, so that digestibility can be enhanced, and then these leaves can become the good source for as a food to solve a number of problems. So major accolades, we have many, and I will not mention here, but I have shared this presentation, and I will not take much time because we have the limitation. What I want to conclude, that now universities have different role to play. As our Honorable Minister from Malaysia said, that earlier education was more towards the class, having the strong boundaries, but now after digital age, no more boundary, transdisciplinary, multidisciplinary education need to be there, and there should not be anything limitations for learning as well as applying the knowledge. Thank you very much for giving me this time.
Thank you for your valuable insight, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now move to a technical session 4, focusing on digital transformation in education, governance, equality, and quantity consideration. This session will explore how digital innovation can strengthen systems while ensuring inclusivity and quality standards. It is my pleasure to invite the moderator for the session, Dr. Venkatesh Rao, founder of Youth Corpus Malaysia. He will introduce his distinguished panelist and continue the moderation of the session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, the Master of Ceremony, Trisha. Can you all please give a very big hand? Is this the big hand? A bigger hand, please. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you very much. Honorable Minister of Education from Bhutan, Her Excellency, Yesang Thapa, Honorable former Deputy Education Minister from Malaysia, Yang Berbahagia Dato' P. Kamalanathan, respected guests from all over the world, ladies, gentlemen, and my very dear friends, a very, very, very good afternoon to each and every one of y'all, and welcome back right after the good lunch, I suppose. Did you all have a good lunch? Yes, no? A louder yes, please? That's the way, that's the way. And once again, a very good afternoon. Can you all please give a big, big hand to welcome each and every one? A very, very big hand. Thank you. Is everyone awake? If someone is not awake, please wake them up, yeah? Okay, without wasting time, I would like to invite my panel speakers for today afternoon. We have Mr. Parit Tiang Tham. Can I have you in front, sir? Speaker number 2, we have Mr. Venkata Ranganath, Aula, IPS. Come, sir. Speaker number 3, we have Dr. Sarut Ninsawat. Speaker number 4, we have Professor Prisana Kumchai. Thank you. My tests, right. Distinguished guests, respected panelists, colleagues, friends, ladies and gentlemen, once again, a very, very good afternoon. It is indeed my pleasure to welcome you to this moderated panel discussion with regards to digital transformation in education, with regards to governance, equity, quality consideration. I'm honored to chair this session, which is part of the Sustainable Development Council conference, which is held in this United Nations Convention Center today afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, can we also please give a big hand to the organizers and especially the organizing committee for organizing such a tremendous, marvelous conference this time. Thank you very much. Ladies, gentlemen, and my dear friends, I wouldn't want to go too much into this introduction because the topic alone, it's very much clear to all of you. Digital transformation in education. I'm very sure that you all know how important digital is in nowadays world, what kind of pace that we are catching up in technology in terms of every aspect, where last time you can live without technology, but now without technology, you're not even able to leave your house without it. Am I right? Yes or no? Anyone can leave the house without a single piece of technology in the hand? No. So this shows how dependent you all are on your mobile phones or your gadgets as well. Ladies, gentlemen, and my dear friends, this session will ask central questions on how digital transformation will strengthen education systems without compromising on fairness, quality, and trust. Our discussion today will cover 3 main pillars, which is governance, right? To make sure that the policies, leaderships, accountability measurements are taken so that digital education can be managed very well. The second one is going to be equity, where we have to ensure that the digital education, it is being inclusive for everyone and not widening the existing gaps. And the third one is quality, to ensure that the outcome of education acquired through the information technology system is also being with the best standards and quality. Importantly, this conversation will align directly with the SDG goal number 4, which falls for inclusive, equitable, quality education for all. Ladies, gentlemen, and my dear friends, digital tools can be powerful enablers for this goal, but only when guided by sound policy, human-centered design, and shared commitment for a long-term sustainability. And that is what we will look into it for today afternoon with our wonderful panelists. And I invite our panelists to share your very good experience and your insights, right, to our fellow colleagues and our guests over here today. With that, let us begin this forum. Before that, ladies, gentlemen, my dear friends, especially the students, what is important from you all is please try to listen carefully and try to reflect on a perspective where you can use it or you can turn it into your action task right after this outside there. Can we all do it together? Yes? Students, yes? Thank you. Thank you very much. Sounds y'all all awake, yeah? Thank you. And let me introduce our first speaker. We have Professor Prasanna Kumcha. She's the Director of Human Rights and Sustainable Learning Center of the Faculty of Law, Konkan University. She brings an essential human rights and ethics perspective to this discussion, ensuring that digital education remains inclusive, learn-centered, and grounded to dignity, equity, and social justice. Professor, you're most welcome. And we have Mr. Parit, who's the co-founder and chief executive officer of EDISI, representing EdTech and innovation ecosystems. Mr. Patwik Parit works at the intersection of technology, learners, and education systems, where his perspectives will be important in understanding how digital platforms can expand access to learn while addressing equity and inclusion. Sir, thank you very much. Welcome to the session. And on my left, we have Dr. Sarawat Ninsawat, who's the Dean, Faculty of Technology, Asian Institute of Technology, AIT. He represents the academic and technological leadership space with deep existence in how digital systems can support teaching. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we will begin our session, and we can start with Professor Prasanna. And my dear panelists, we all have about 5 to 7 minutes to deliver your task, and then we continue with the moderated section together with the Q&A from the audience. Thank you. Prof, you can go ahead.
Excellencies, distinguished moderator, fellow panelists, and everyone here today. We are here to talk about transforming education to transform the world. But I want to start with something very simple and very real. If people still cannot access learning, the world will not be transformed in the fair way. I'm Prasanna Kamchai, the Director of Human Rights and Sustainable Learning Center, the Faculty of Law, Konkan University in Thailand. Our work is about building learning space and making justice feel possible in everyday life, everywhere. That is why we use one idea to guide us: Law, Konkan University everywhere. The meaning is law should not stay only in the classroom or the courtroom. Law should be present everywhere people are fighting for opportunities, dignities, and fairness. Especially now, when education is moving forward with technology. And this is my main point today. Digital transformation is not merely tech agenda. It is a human rights agenda. Because the technology can do two things in the same time. It can open the door for some people and create distance for others. We may have smarter AI, but some children still walk outside to find the signal. Some families still have to choose between buying the data package and buying dinner. It's not a small problem. It's the education inequality happening in real time. So if we want digital to become a right, not a privilege for those who already have more. Here are 4 practical moves we can start now. The first one, the guarantee a basic minimum level of access. Every learner should have a usable device, enough connectivity to learn, and a safe place to study. And we should measure success not by how many platforms we launch, but by how many learners we stop losing. The second, I would like to suggest about the design for the hardest to reach first. The policy and system design must prioritize those who are the most difficult to reach. Valuable groups cannot be an extra feature. Accessibility has to be built in from day one. Captions, multiple language, inclusive design, and offline option when the internet is unstable or limited. Third, treat teacher as learning designer, not system followers. If we want quality, we have to invest in teacher, digital skills, critical thinking, pedagogy, and ethical use of technology. Because quality is not in the tools. Quality is in learning that help students think, speak, action, and live with dignity. The last one, build community learning hubs, so no one is left behind a screen. School libraries and community centers can become shared digital learning space. So even if a student has no connection at home, they still have a place to go and a fair chance to grow. This is what the HRS Learning Center Faculty of Law is currently working on and actively driving forward. Excellencies, this is how we make the right to development real. Not only helping people use technology, but helping them grow, access opportunity, and shape their own future. And this is what we mean by Law Khon Kaen University Everywhere for Sustainability by HRS Learning Center, using law as a bridge between rights, opportunities, and quality of life to build a digital education system that is fair, inclusive, and sustainable, leaving no one behind. Let me close with one final line. May the digital transformation in education become a bridge of opportunities, not a wall of inequality. So the right to development become real for everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Prasanna. That's very, very insightful. And can we move to Mr. Parit?
Good afternoon, Excellencies, distinguished guests, and fellow panelists. It's a great honor to be here today. My name is Parith. I'm the CEO of Etsy, and Etsy is a Thailand-based edtech startup that builds AI English coach for schools. So think of applications similar to Duolingo, but made for schools with the unique ability to customize our learning journey and learning content to fit any teacher's lesson plan and any schools and classrooms requirement. As an edtech founder, I strongly believe that if you have a lot of resource, you don't need edtech solutions. You can hire personal tutors, you can get extra tutoring, you can equip students with a lot of resource, a lot of tools. So I strongly believe that edtech is most powerful when built for underserved and marginalized learners, and that's what we are trying to achieve at Etsy. Building for underserved and marginalized learners have very different requirements on the design choice. So if you're building for underserved and marginalized learners, from what we found, first of all, you need to be able to design for low resource realities by default. When we talk about marginalized and underserved learners, we often think about students who don't really get access to high quality tools, equipments, gadgets, as well as internet connections. That's the first thing that probably comes to our mind. But we need to look beyond that. And it also has a lot of implications. First of all, it means that the solutions need to be very flexible, because if we're talking about serving students coming from different backgrounds, different cities, from the urban to the rural areas and the hill tribes, they actually have a very large variety of device, from old laptops to chat, computer lab, to sometimes they even need to rely on their parents' mobile phone as a last resort. So you need to really build solutions that can accommodate all of these kind of devices. Otherwise, it's not going to be able to serve all, right? It needs to be very flexible. And that's the case where Etsy pursues and as we are serving the Bangkok city government, 130 schools right now, we made sure that we built for this flexibility. The second issue is that obviously it needs to be tolerance to low bandwidth requirements. Otherwise, we will not be able to reach the students in the north, like for example, in the different education sandbox in Chiang Mai, Chiang Rai, etc. Right? So first design choice is to be able to accommodate low resource realities. The second design choice is that it needs to be designed for learners who often lag behind their formal education level. And this is the typical situation with underserved and marginalized students, right? And for that, the first thing that came to our mind is that we need to be able to have a diagnostic assessment that is able to diagnose the true potential, the true level of each student. It is crucial to be able to do so. For example, from our project to support monks and novices throughout the country, like more than 30,000 novices, we found that, for example, grade 6 novice, they may be using English textbooks from grade 6, but their true level could be grade 3 or grade 4, which means that if we still use grade 6 textbooks and digital content for them, they won't be able to succeed. At the same time, if we were to use grade 4 textbooks or digital contents with them, it's appropriate to their level, but it doesn't mean that they will be able to catch up with the rest of the students in grade 6 in other schools, right? So, so apart from, on top of being able to diagnose the true levels of the students' potential, we need to be able to come up with ways to accelerate learning. And this can often be achieved through having some sort of personalized scaffolding and having a short feedback loop for learners to be able to quickly pick up and accelerate their learnings compared to their average peers. And this is why our AI English Coach applications, we focus on providing immediate feedback in terms of, for example, pronunciation corrections, improving grammar mistakes, suggesting different ways to say something, like paraphrasing, to teach new vocabularies, new patterns for learners, for underserved learners to pick up language naturally. And also we train our machine learning analyzer at Carnegie Mellon University to evaluate students' speaking response and then identifying which level in terms of fluency, pronunciation, etc. are they actually on, and then provide what we call personalized scaffolding engine, because we found that different learners actually require different kind of support. Student A may not be able to utter a lot of words. It could mean that he doesn't have a lot of active vocabulary. So the ML analyzers, the AI, will get that and provide, for example, vocabulary suggestions, or it will bring like flashcards at practice before coming back to the speaking practice. Another student may be able to utter several words, but maybe not fluent, not confident enough. The AI will pick up that and find that, okay, maybe he's not confident enough yet, so the AI will provide some reading out loud scripts for he or she to practice and get him or herself familiarized with the content first, before bringing back the speaking questions, the speaking practice. So that's the kind of the example that we have for, in order to accelerate learnings for students who need to catch up a lot. The third design choice related to the fact that we need to aim for maximum ease and minimum fears. Obviously, underserved and marginalized student learners are often the case. They may succumb to fear of being wrong, fear of being slow, fear of being left out. So we need to design the solutions in a way that it ensures psychology safety, and also it must be simplified to the core to ensure maximum ease of use. As an example, in our applications, we intentionally use local language, like Thai language, for instructions and some hints and helps to lower the cognitive load to the students. Because we found that if everything were to be in English, obviously it's better for full English immersion, like as many theory says. But we found that it's actually involve a lot of cognitive load for the students. We want to make them comfortable. That's why we use local language to support on this front too. And we are always giving encouragement between going going between different sections. We always have like cheering students up or telling them to slow down, breathe in, breathe out before they are ready to move on. The next design choice would be related to the fact that these marginalized and underserved students often lack adequate teacher support, because these learners may be in schools that don't really have a lot of teacher resource. It's often the case that one teacher may be teaching multiple grades, and also the case that one teacher may be rotating across different subjects, from English to social studies to even physical education. So obviously the scaffolding part is necessary, but also the digital platforms need to also aware and should not be adding to the teacher's workload and burden. It needs to be able to help teachers provide a better support and doesn't require them to put too much effort into accommodating the solutions. That's why for EDSI, instead of having our own standardized curriculum where teachers will need to redesign their teaching plan based on our curriculum, we chose the other route. We offer to customize the whole learning journey, the learning content, to accommodate the teachers' lesson plans and curriculum. And that's why it's much easier to adopt for the teachers and doesn't really increase the teachers' workload. Lastly, we feel that we need to be able to design for students who need a lot of human touch and care, because it's often the case that these marginalized and underserved learners are the ones who actually need this extra human touch and support due to their circumstance and situations in life. So related to the debate whether AI should replace or just complement teachers, the verdict is not out there yet, as things still evolve and AI models continue to improve. But obviously, for underserved and marginalized learners, we strongly believe that they need extra human touch, human care than average learners. And so the EdTech solutions should be designed to amplify the teachers' support instead of replacing them. So to conclude, in order to bridge the access gap for underserved and marginalized learners, the solutions need to be very flexible, need to be low resource environment friendly, need to be thoughtfully designed, and able to diagnose the learner's true level, as well as accelerating the learning. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Parit. That's a very good initiative, and I think a lot of details have been taken into consideration. Good job, right? And can we move to Dr. Sarwit, sir?
Okay, good afternoon, Excellency and all participants. So let me introduce myself again. I am the Dean from the Faculty of the Technology from AAT. Another term, I am the person from Gen X who have the duty to prepare the pathway, the education for all of you in the Gen Z here. So that is what very big challenge. And just to share you, like, for the digital transformation is very essential and important part. I quite believe all of you have passed maybe 6 years ago about during the COVID, where you have to learn from online platform. I think it's not fully fun and it's not fully prepared, right? It's just, we have to do it. But how we confirm that in the future, we don't have the next COVID-13 or whatever we might need thing. We don't want, yeah, but that's what we have to think. So I can share to Mr. Parit also, one of my kids also used his service during the COVID because we want to improve his English. And then that is the thing that as the Dean that I have to think for the future. But digital transformation will help you on that one, overcome your barrier, facilitate your life, learning. But as the Dean for the AAT, we have to carefully concern about quality. So that is very important, especially in AAT. We are only the postgraduate school. We have 1,000 students, but these 1,000 students, it come from like 25 nations. So it's very big challenge for us as well. So I want to concern on talking about the quality, just to keep the idea, like, I strongly believe in the higher education, we have to focus on the learning outcome rather than the output. So this is very important because normally we quite confused between output let me give very easy like output. The student can think like how many assignments you have been submit, how many reports you have to be passed, how much the score you get from the midterm and final exam. But actually, at the quality control from the perspective for the teacher, we have to think about the outcome. That will reflect more effectiveness of the learning process. So behind the production and all the things. So, but we should not confuse between output and outcome, like how many assignments you submit, because that are the output. But we should care about the deeper question about outcome, like had the student developed critical thinking? Can they transfer the knowledge to unfamiliar problem, or can develop their ethic reason to answer that why they prepare that kind of the reason or the answer for the report? I would to share like in this AI era, producing the output is much more easier. I quite believe students may use AI to generate very well written report. How many students have used that? Yeah, that is the output, right? That is the output. But can the student defend the reasoning behind that report? Can they critical the assumption? Can they apply the same concept to the real world application? That is very important. So we need to think about how to put this thing. Just to give you the example, if somebody have used the AI, so this is a question that is in one of the junior high school entrance exam that they ask like, how many times does the digit 9 appear between 89 to 799? You can try now, you can ask your Gemini, your ChatGPT now. I quite believe they're going to give you the correct answer. Maybe correct some, maybe correct. Because we have to give this reason to the student that normally AI just predict it, the answer. They just try to give you the appear correct response without guarantee of the reasoning. So in the education at the university, we should not only care about the final number of the nines that appear that one, but we should care about the process. How does the student break the problem down? How do they approach systematically so that they can repeat with any other thing the same approach? Can they explain the logic? And the last important one, can they verify the result to say that this is correct answer? This is the kind of the thing that we need to care on the learning outcome. And the learning process is very important one. So from my perspective, that maybe I want to close now from this one. So in the AI era, our assessment should be shifted from like, what is the answer, to how do you arrive at the answer, from the product to the process, from the output generation to be intellectual development, and that would become essential for the learning outcome. Yep.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sarovit. That's a very typical opinion from a teacher's perspective. Thank you very much, sir. Moving to the moderated question, we will start with Professor Prasanna. Prof, from the human rights and legal perspective background that you come from, what non-negotiable safeguards must be embedded in digital education system to protect the dignity, equity, and the ethical standards as well? Please go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you. The first thing, I think the ethical use of the AI requires transparency, fairness, and respect for humanity. Those who deploy AI in education must ensure the data protection, prevent bias and discrimination, and remain accountable for its impact. Technology must support human rights, not undermine them. And if we believe about education, in education equity, we must design our education system by beginning with those who are the hardest to reach. Inclusion must never be treated as an afterthought. at the Faculty of Law, Khon Kaen University, our classroom is deliberately structured as a space for cultivating the culture of dignity and mutual respect, grounded in local community context and real development dynamics. Most importantly, we are nurturing a new generation of lawyers as an agent of transformation. Through project-based learning, we bridge knowledge and practice, enabling students to translate legal understanding into the meaning of social contribution. And we create a learning space that's accessibility to all while simultaneously expanding opportunity through online platform. Yes, I think technology alone cannot do it just with our intentional and value-driven design. So we work on this to design the learning space by the platform online with the community by our students. Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Prasanna. Mr. Parit, I've got a very interesting question for you. Very well presented on the aspects that have taken into consideration with regards to the technology transformation that is taking place in terms of education. Out of experience, which aspect do you still feel there are gaps that is preventing the outreach of the technology towards the people out there?
In which aspects that prevents the most adoption of?
Which kind of gaps are still there?
The biggest gaps.
Biggest gaps, yes.
Yeah, the biggest gaps. Oh, well, there are a lot of gaps. So, well, since we're talking a lot about digital transformations, AI and stuff, I feel that there's still a big gap out there within with schools, with the ministry, etc. Where we're talking a lot about AI, it's the buzzwords. There are so many teachers trainings, school principals trainings out there on AI governance, AI ethics, etc. But I'm not sure if the depth of understandings is actually there from what we've seen across hundreds of schools that we have visit and work with, partnering with, right? We feel that the understanding of AI is still not may not be still that deep enough, and that leads to the question whether the use of AI, whether it's an appropriate use of AI or not. We see a lot of students using ChatGPT to do everything instead of using it the more appropriate way as a way to assist them in doing the thinking, right? And we even found that, for example, for our project for the Bangkok City government, 130 schools, we even found some schools that students actually got creative in a way. So they're practicing English communications using the computer, but they use their mobile phone to open Gemini or ChatGPT or Siri, and then have them saying the things they're supposed to be saying, and then using the AI voice instead of trying to speak up themselves. So there are many ways that the use of AI.
Do you call that the Gen Z critical thinking?
Right. So obviously, digital solutions, we need to be able to find ways to accommodate and prevent all those. So that's the first gap, like the basic understandings on how AI should be best used, not just by students but also teachers and sometimes schools management as well. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Parit. That's a very technical knowledge on the grounds with regards to the limitations that we have with regards to digital transformation. And moving to Dr. Sarawet, I really like your points on output versus learning outcome. So it's not about the how many assignments that we have done, but it's about critical thinking, transfer of knowledge, and is the particular student able to deliver based on what you have learned on the online platform. With that, sir, how do you give your opinion with regards to pedagogy-driven rather than technology-driven?
Okay, thank you very much. So, at what I say, it's important that we could adopt the technology so that we can use the technology as the tool to facilitate us, the tool to overcome the barrier, the tool to improve the learning method. But we have to be careful. I think that it pro and con in many media. I'm not talking the social media. We say like AI is very good one, but that also pro and con. We have to think that if everything AI good, what should be the job for us in the future? So, but believe me, I have chance to talk with the tech company. They say no. At the end, you still have the job, because without your job, you will not generate the money to pay to the company. Then even though the AI, they still need a person to do the job. But however, how we can teach the student that use the tool, the digital tool transformation, and then they can do the job, which is the one that the AI cannot do, the one that are not repeat job, the one that they cannot synthesize critical thinking. During the time I have the chance to talk to Professor Prisana also, like in the future, in some sci-fi movie, they use the AI as the judgment. So yes, it's fair, but are they able to reasonable or not? So that is really thing that we need to carefully to use the AI at least the student will learn the process and then able to critical. And in the morning session, that very nice to have the question like what is a skill for the student that they should learn in the future. For my thing is at least questioning. They should not believe everything. They should not believe everything what we got, even though they should not believe whatever we are talking now. They should even though question like, is the Mr. Sarawut talk are the right thing or not the right thing? And then they have to prove by themselves. I think that if we can do that one, doesn't matter how the technology, how the things change, they will able to survive, they can to adapt, and then they can be, the learning process will be good one. Yep, that's from my perspective.
Thank you very much. I like the final conclusion saying that do not believe. Do not believe. Is everyone listening or not listening? Do not believe. Do not believe. Do not believe everything that you see, be it on the digital platform. And what is more important is that we take our measures to make sure that each and every answer is scientifically driven. Is that agreeable? Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, next we move to the Q&A session from the audience.
Yeah, I have a question.
Yes.
In the age of AI and misinformation, how can students be trained to verify information and think independently?
Thank you. Anyone who's interested to answer the question, especially the academicians?
Can you repeat the question one more time?
Yes. In the age of AI and misinformation, how can students be trained to verify information and think independently?
Oh, really nice question. Yeah, that is the big challenge for us. Like, I have to say that it's a really, really big challenge. One thing is AI come too fast. I strongly believe in last 1 year, AI come like super exponential rate. But however, that's what the thing that I conclude that first, we have to tell the student questioning them. They should not believe what they are, see what they are, see. We should verify, and because we cannot, that kind of the simple process cannot be done. But at least if they're able to questioning and then try to verify and then answer like, okay, this is correct or not correct answer, I think that may be one thing. So then we will come to and in the morning, the one person also talk about the way learn how to learn. I think that also the important step that we should focus on that one. Doesn't matter how the technology, how the new knowledge is coming, but that is a skill that we need. Yep.
Does that answer to your question? Girl, can I have your name, please?
My name is Riha from India.
Riha from India. Thank you very much. Just to add on that, don't mind me. I still believe that, you see, to your question, how do you verify information? You see, AI is just a tool, I suppose. I usually tell my fellow colleagues or my working colleagues, please do not be too reliable on the AI. It's just a tool. Or in other words, it's just your, don't mind me using this term, I call it the personal assistance. AI, be it the ChatGPT, Gemini, or whatsoever, is just your very personal assistance to get things done, which you cannot rely on it. You need to critically think on your own, which is more practically, as I mentioned earlier, scientifically driven. Is that okay for you? Yeah, thank you very much. Can we move on to the next question? And I encourage students to please clarify your doubts because you guys are in the era of digital learning system. Please go ahead, guys.
I have a question.
Please go ahead, sir. What's your name, sir? Please mention your name with the question.
My name is Jay Simhateja from India. How can schools ensure that digital literacy goes beyond using devices and truly build critical thinking and ethical responsibility?
So the question was about how schools can ensure.
Jay, do you want to just repeat your question, please? How can schools go ahead?
How can
I think there is some problem with the mic.
No issues.
Could you speak from this mic? Speak from this mic.
How can schools ensure that digital literacy goes beyond using devices and truly build critical thinking and ethical responsibility?
I think this one, the academicians as well, the technical person also can answer. I mean, I'll leave it to you all. Who wants to take up the question?
So he's Teja from India again.
Oh, Teja, sorry. Yeah, one press. That's it.
Okay. I would believe like how the device, how the school can be control and verify that the device and will be used correctly. Is that the answer, the question?
Yes. Speak in the mic.
It's coming now.
Speak.
Parit, give it a try with the mic now. It looks good.
Yeah, speak. How can schools ensure that digital literacy goes beyond using devices and truly build critical thinking and ethical responsibility?
So AI is about critical thinking and responsibility.
Beyond literacy.
Okay. So just to keep, actually that was the very important point in terms of the computer science people and then the social science people. In the future, we're talking about the ethical AI, and even though whatever they give us the answer, they should able to explainable AI. So that will be one thing that we should improving that one, so that they will tell like us like why they answer that, and even though they give the option not on that one. But however, that kind of the technology and then the knowledge still was going on. But at this moment, we should, so that might come to the basic, not the technology, but it comes to the skill and then the thing that we should tell the student. I can tell you for at this moment, several students, they take my exam, ask the ChatGPT and say that ChatGPT answer the different question from my answer, and then I have to prove it. But I'm happy to prove it that is something wrong, is right or wrong. But I think this is the process. We still are on the learning process, even though the teacher as well. The teacher as well are the learning process to how to work, how to use the AI, how to use the technology together with the achieve the learning or the teaching process that we really want. Yeah.
Thank you. So one last question from my side. Can I go ahead?
Wait, coming back to Mr. Tej, right? Teja, right?
Teja.
Okay, Teja, you got an answer based on the academic part, and let's just see the answer from the technical part as well. Mr. Parit, you want to go ahead with the technical part?
Thank you. Just to add a little bit on that, the question of how to ensure like critical thinking is still there with the use of AI in schools. I think it comes back to the appropriate way of using AI that needs to be clearly explained, clearly prepared by the teachers. For example, I mean, we cannot we cannot stop students from using ChatGPT to do their homework, right? That's pretty obvious. So teachers and schools must come up with ways to make sure that students would still do their own thinking, still do critical thinking exercise in whichever kind of homework or assignments they are doing. For example, instead of asking students to write a report, write an essay on the planet or whatsoever topics, obviously these kind of assignments, it can be very easily done by ChatGPT. Students can just go there and do a quick prompt and then copy and paste everything, right? So teachers obviously are aware of that and need to be able to redesign the assignments, the homeworks to be able to force the students to demonstrate that they actually do the thinking and not just rely on AI, right? So for example, instead of those kind of questions, maybe teachers will need to ask students to show their work, just like how teachers tell young students to show their work when they do like math calculations since decades ago, right? Similarly, for whatever kind of assignments, ask them to show their work perhaps using ChatGPT as a thinking partner. So maybe coming up with fiction stories about something, but you need to show your work that, okay, you have brainstormed with ChatGPT, and maybe you get advice from ChatGPT, like, okay, what the things you need to consider, like the themes, the factors, the characters, etc. And you show your work, and then you submit that to the teachers. If teachers and schools require these kind of this format of assignments, then it may help ensuring that students are still doing the thinking, the critical thinking part.
Okay, just one last question, please. Yeah. I'm here. I'm Annapurna from India.
Please go ahead, ma'am.
Yeah. We've spoken about AI quite a bit. Now I'm coming back to the factor that we've also mentioned, that grade level competency or the lack of it is a universal factor. So now, how do we bring it, and what kind of measurable impact do adaptive digital tools have on student achievement, engagement, and independent learning?
I open to the panelists who wants to take up the question. Ma'am, can you just make your question slightly more shorter, ma'am?
Yeah. What measurable impact do adaptive digital tools have on student achievement, engagement, and independent learning? I'm linking the grade level competency or the lack of it with adaptive learning. Take a picture now on the screen.
I think in our education, we can foster in the design the class about the building learning space with the digital platform or digital transform. And for me, I think that we can design like a project-based learning. He can work with the community to help our students to critical thinking about the problem in the real world, and we can help them to create the innovation about the social innovation for to build for the sustainability we can bridge and gap between the classroom, platform online, and the teacher can help them to create how to learn and create the create them to innovator to innovation for the social. I think this way is for the sustainable development.
I would also like to take an opportunity, because this is the last and final session.
Before I go to your question, I'm very sorry, ma'am. Let me just open up.
Mike.
I'll come back to you.
Mike.
Before I go to you, let me take up the questions from the others as well. I'll come back to you later if the time permits. Yeah, thank you. Guys and girls, the others on the floor, please.
I have a question.
Where are you on your right? Yeah, please go ahead.
This question is going to Kun Parit. So I'm
Going to,
Vachiraphor
sorry?
Kunparit.
Okay, please go ahead.
I'm from Thailand and also running a community called House of Equities. So one of the questions that I wonder is that what is the biggest challenge that you face when you implement the SC and how you overcome it? Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Khab. The biggest challenge we found would be the resistance to change, the preference to stick to the status quo, right? Schools, principals, teachers, they are very familiar with traditional solutions such as like offering English camps or of some workshops of some sort, which have been around for decades, may or may not have effective outcomes or etc. But obviously they are the things that they are familiar with. So they even though they are open to exploring new innovations, new tools and all, but it really takes a lot of time and effort for them to trust the process and really implement them. They may be open to have a conversation about all this. They may be open to doing a pilot projects, pilot studies to see the outcomes, whether there's some tangible results or learning outcomes of it or not. But after that, after the initial trial, it's still very difficult to scale up the implementation. Obviously, there are many factors, right? Budget limitations, resource limitations, etc. But we feel that overall, it's still the kind of the resistance to change, the tendency to stick to what they're most familiar with.
Thank you very much. Can I have last one question from a student, please? Student, can I take from a student? Okay, yes. Young girl over there. You, yes. Can you mention your name?
Yes, my name is Cassie and I'm from China. My question would be in some online courses, like how would college to manage like students don't use AI during their online exams?
How do college use AI?
No, how would the college manage like AI from student not use AI during their exams?
I think this will have to go to Dr. Sarawit, I suppose. Sir, you're very well versed in this.
Yeah, very challenge. I can share, even though on site, we cut down the internet and then students open the hotspot for mobile phone to access their own. We try a lot and then we know that we cannot block it. And then we still come to the challenge. And I quite believe in the SC in the future, we are talking the online learning, vocational learning. We're just thinking maybe one conceptual, like we don't care how you do that kind of exercise. Exercise is like the practice homework, but we may think like at the end, think about you going to get the driving certificate. Doesn't matter you learn by your parent, doesn't matter you join the school, if you pass the certificate or the exam, central exam test, that may be another challenge. Maybe, I think in US, they have some like, before you graduate PhD, you have to do comprehensive examination. And then that may be another approach that we are thinking, but we try a lot, like even though they have a lot of software block your screen so that you cannot switching the window, but they have 2 computers or 3 computers nearby them. So that we learn that we should not try to avoid a block or protect that one, but we should learn how to adopt and then control the quality at the end. So that again, I have to say it's still very big challenge for us as well. But however, we have some, even though the report recently, some of the like Trinity, they're able to check like how many percentage of the AI involved in that report. I share to the student as well. So whatever you report submit, we have the software to check that how many part of the report percentage generated from the AI. So that maybe we regularly they have like blue team and black team work together on that part as well. Yep.
So students beware, the teachers have a software to detect. Are you all aware of that? Sir, we cannot hear you. We cannot hear you, sir. Okay, sir. One last question, sir.
Hello. I have a question.
Yeah, my mic is on here.
Okay, sir.
Yeah, you can come here. And after that, I have an interesting question too, I'm
sorry,
sure.
ma'am. I hope we can give
Yeah, sir, you can speak.
a chance to him.
Good evening, sir.
Very good evening,
I'm
sir.
senior citizen.
Welcome
Now
to the
we
forum,
people,
sir.
Are you hearing me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you very clearly.
I'm senior citizen. I'm retired officer. Our senior citizens are facing problems of cyber threat. How AI will support us to overcome from the cyber threat? Especially nowadays, some gangs are doing digital arrests, threatening them. Many of the senior citizens are attempting suicide. Some of them are dying also because they're creating such a terrible situation. How AI can help
Okay,
us?
sir. Thank you very much for your question.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
I'm Srinivas Rao.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Sir, I'm very sorry we will not be able to take up this question because the topic today is for digital transformation in education, and this is more towards cyber threat and cyber crime. I'm very sorry. We will have to drop the question. Ladies, gentlemen, before I go ahead, my very sincere apologies that we have to end the session, and that's all the time that we have today. Ladies, gentlemen, and my dear friends, let me conclude. To conclude today's forum, basically from our three wonderful panelists, right? What they have shared is digital technology is a human agenda, right? It's just not technology alone. Who makes the technology is you are the one who makes the technology. So who needs to be wiser? Is the technology or you? Is the technology or? Human. There you go. The human or yourself. Please tell yourself to be a wise person, then driven by the technology, and not the technology drive you. So once again, human touch with care must be really focused on technology. And once again, another nice point that I picked up from Dr. Sarawet, output versus learning outcome. Please do not focus on output. What is so much more important, especially for the students, is to look into the learning outcome, where critical thinking and transfer of knowledge is so much more important, so that it will be able for you to produce good results with standards. As I think one of the presenters have mentioned earlier, what is so much important nowadays is employable graduate. I think the former Deputy Minister, Education Minister from Malaysia mentioned earlier, it's not about graduates alone. Everybody can be a graduate, but an employability graduate is more important, and that is the aim or the vision that we have to work towards. Ladies and gentlemen, it's so much important to have a vision, use AI as a tool, and don't worry, you will never fall against the technology. Once again, and I think to sum up most of the questions from the youngsters, on AI, how do we believe? Very simple. I think the panelists have already mentioned, do not believe everything that you see and you hear. You need to analyze on your own. Ladies, gentlemen, and my dear friends, thank you very much for your wonderful, very, very wonderful engagement. My dear panelists, thank you very much for your insightful and also your experience, be it from the academic, university, and also the ground technical. Please give them all a very, very big hand, ladies and gentlemen. Very, very big hand. Before I end this session, listening to the questions and the insightful, just one quote came to my mind, just a small quote or a wisdom that I learned and practiced being a student of the Atma Yoga Foundation. My teacher every time emphasizes on better people, better world. Can we all repeat better? Better people? Better world. Which it says, as long as you make sure to be a better person, just don't worry, this world will be a better place for you to live on. With that, my very, very best wishes to all and each and every one of you all. Thank you very much till we meet again.
On that note, thank you so much, panel members and moderator, for this session. I request Mr. Gokulnath Mathiyalagan, Secretary General of Sustainable Development Council, to please felicitate our moderator and our wonderful panelist members. Moderator followed by, yes. Please stay for a group photograph. Distinguished delegates, as we approach the conclusion of this conference, it's my honor to invite Mr. Gokulnath Mathialagan, Secretary General of Sustainable Development Council, to please deliver the closing address. You guys are great. Thank you. Yes, great. Thank you. A big round of applause, please, for our Secretary General.
Her Excellency, Honorable Minister for Education from Bhutan. Thank you, Madam. Thanks for your presence. Former Deputy Minister from Malaysia. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your presence. My distinguished delegates, policymaker, academician, educators, and youth leaders. Your presence, insights, and commitment have transformed this conference into a powerful platform for reflection, collaboration, and collective responsibility. Over the course of this conference, we have explored a critical dimension of education in a rapid transforming world, from future-ready education and skill development to lifelong learning, digital transformation, equity, and inclusion. Our discussions have clearly reaffirmed one fundamental truth: education is not merely a policy priority, but a most powerful instrument for sustainable development. This conference has also highlighted that future of education cannot be shaped in isolation. Government, academic institutions, civil society, a private sector, and youth must work together to bridge the gap, reduce inequalities, and ensure access to be inclusive. The technology must be accessible, and progress must be measured not only by outcomes, by impact on people, communities. Education must empower learners not capable contributing to a more just, peaceful, and suitable world. As we conclude, it is important to recognize that this gathering is not endpoint, rather it is a call to action. The ideas shared, partnership initiated, and commitment expressed here must translate into concrete policies. On behalf of Sustainable Development Council, I would like to express my deep appreciation to our distinguished speakers, panel members, and institutional partners for the collaboration, and my dear volunteers. I wish you all safe journey and see you again in a wonderful event in future. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your concluding remarks and for your leadership throughout this conference. Distinguished guests, this brings us to a formal conclusion of the Global Conference on Education for a Sustainable Future. On behalf of the organizers, I extend sincere gratitude to all dignitaries, speakers, delegates, youth representatives, and partners for your meaningful participation and commitment. We now invite you to join us for tea and coffee as we conclude the conference. This is Trisha Nair, thanking you all for being a part of this amazing global conference. Have a pleasant evening. Thank you.